Now we would like to start with the keynote speech, but we would like to, yes, already has been moved. Okay, thank you very much. We are all very much excited, as our Director General Chang Nam-hong mentioned in his opening remarks. We are really excited to invite Professor David Ojel from the University of Surrey of the UK as a keynote speaker. He is emeritus professor in environmental psychology in the University of Surrey, and his research for the last over than 40 years has focused on attitude and behavior change in climate change and heritage and museum studies. His interest is in the role of social and community processes, such as social cohesion and social identity processes on environmental and heritage attitude and behaviors. It is a great honor for us to invite him as a keynote speaker. I would like to give the floor to the Professor Ojel to talk about heritage interpretation as a meaning-making process. Professor Ojel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Director General of WIPIC, Chang Nam-hong, for the invitation and welcome, and of course to Su-jong Lee for the introduction. As we will hear later, the WIPIC principles rightly make the distinction between heritage interpretation and heritage presentation. Heritage interpretation has been defined as an active process of meaning-making that involves all stakeholders and enriched through the confluence of historical and archaeological expertise, public participation, and individual experience. Whereas heritage presentation is a communicative act intended to enhance experience, raise awareness and understanding, and inspire continuing engagement with the significance of heritage sites. Now, even though the ICOMOS Charter for the Interpretation and Presentation of Cultural Heritage Sites distinguish the terms interpretation from presentation as long ago as 2008, that distinction is still almost universally ignored. I would suggest that much of what is termed heritage interpretation is in fact heritage presentation. Of course, they complement each other. Heritage interpretation involves communication, but if we are to move forward from meaning-taking to meaning-making, both the process and the product of heritage interpretation must change. What do I mean by meaning-taking? For me, this is where the emphasis is on the visitor, who is seen to be a largely passive recipient of communication, and their role is to assimilate the given heritage story. I want to begin by drawing on research in psychology and suggest why such an approach to interpretation is often ineffective and will not achieve what we think or we may want it to achieve. I'll then shift my attention to identifying some of the criteria or conditions necessary for what I think is a meaning-making approach to heritage interpretation, and then conclude with some examples which illustrate these criteria. Since Freeman Tilden wrote his seminal book, Interpreting Our Heritage, almost 70 years ago, one sentence continues to provide a justification for the communication strategies in interpretation. Through interpretation, understanding, through understanding, appreciation, through appreciation, protection. Underlying Tilden's prescription is a psychological model of persuasion and behavior change based on the argument that to address the pressing problems of our times, especially conservation, all we have to do is to tell people about the importance of the natural or historic environment. They will understand, will appreciate it, and want to protect it. This strategy has not only informed heritage interpretation, but has also often been taken for a taken for granted approach in communication strategies by governments who wish to change public attitudes and behaviours in respect of health, environment, dietary, safety, and many other issues. While this may seem to be a self-evident and a plausible psychological model of communication effectiveness, most research has shown that it is unjustifiable and insupportable. People often only read part of the interpretation material provided. They may not understand it. It may provide information, but not necessarily understanding. They may reject the information. Meaning is not determined by the interpreter. Visitors are not passive recipients of a message. Rather, people actively construct meaning. An interpreter may encode messages with intended meanings, but the viewer, the visitor, may decode them differently based on their own cultural backgrounds and life experiences. Likewise, understanding doesn't necessarily lead to attitude change. Giving people information, even if they understand it, may not change their attitudes. One only needs to examine advice on smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, drugs, saturated fats, diets, and obesity, using cell phones while driving, not wearing cycling helmets. So many issues which are directly related to people's own health, safety, and best interests are ignored. For example, the Science Museum in London's 2009 exhibition, Prove It, sought to provide the public with evidence for man-made climate change. It asked visitors to send a message of support to the UK negotiating team at the COP15 meeting in Copenhagen. The poll produced entirely unexpected results. Many visitors responded that they did not give their support. Chris Rapley, who was the director of the Science Museum at the time, said, "People don't want to be told what to think. They want a framework from which they can begin to make sense of things. They want to be helped in thinking for themselves." Even if someone holds the appropriate attitudes to smoking, drinking, dieting, or even heritage, they may not change their behaviour. For example, I guess most of you in this room would say that you're concerned about climate change and you want to do anything you can to halt it. Now, if I ask you how many of you drive a car and then how many of you will give it up in the next 6 months, few will make such a public commitment. You're not prepared to make that shift. Not because you are obstinate, not because you are selfish, but the conditions in which we live our lives often make it impossible for us to change. The infrastructural backdrop to our culture, economy, urban planning, and lifestyles make this impossible, regardless of our attitudes. People don't necessarily make decisions simply based on evidence. At the beginning of this paper, I cited Whippick's description of heritage interpretation as an active process of meaning-making. How do I define meaning-making in contrast to meaning-taking? For me, in a meaning-making approach, the visitor plays an active role in searching for and constructing meaning. Meaning-making encourages visitors to connect the heritage to their personal experiences, fostering social and affective engagement and critical reflection. It seeks to link historical narratives and the heritage's relevance to contemporary social issues. It recognizes multiple perspectives, especially in complex or contested histories, and tries to ensure inclusivity through promoting community engagement, participation, and involvement. What I would like to do now is to unpack and discuss what I think are 6 criteria for a meaning-making approach. These are not the only criteria, but they are, I think, important ones. Firstly, a meaning-making approach draws on a model of a visitor. And when I talk about visitor to heritage, I'm talking about any consumer of the heritage. It could be a community group, it could be neighbours, but I would just use that one term, visitor. A meaning-making approach draws on a model of the visitor who is an active seeker out of meaning, not a passive consumer of information. When we encounter the heritage, or indeed any environment, we actively try to make sense of it, irrespective of the presence of interpreters or interpretation. This is necessary to successfully navigate, to predict the future, to select appropriate behaviours, and to minimise risk and uncertainty. If the heritage is to be socially meaningful, it will be about the visitor. It's been suggested that museums are not necessarily places for the reconstruction of memories, but places where visitors come to negotiate cultural meaning. This is no less true of heritage sites. Hannah Gottesdiener, a French psychologist and expert on museums, argues that museums and interpretive centres can be seen as places where people come to understand themselves. They are places which put the citizen back into society. For Gottesdiener, the consequence of placing the visitor rather than the interpretation at the centre of the learning experience and treating knowledge as a social construction is that the visitor becomes the author of the exhibition. Each new visitor will bring to the museum or heritage site a different reading of the interpretation. It is the visitor who constructs psychologically the exhibition. If we accept this, then the role of the interpreter is to provide the tools to facilitate those constructions. Second, knowledge is always contextual and situated and cannot be understood as impartial or neutral. As the ecofeminist theorist Donna Haraway says, it's not a view from above, a conquering gaze from nowhere, and neither is it the God trick. Stuart Hall, the Jamaican cultural theorist, argues that linear, authoritative versions of the past often reflect specific dominant viewpoints and selective narratives that exclude marginalized groups and communities. As interpreters, we should be revealing the multiple perspectives and contested meanings, and drawing attention to whose stories are told and whose are left out. The societal and learning context of heritage interpretation is not consensual. We don't all see the world the same way. We don't necessarily share the same values, and we don't necessarily have the same interests and expectations. Society is characterized by conflict. This is the driver for change, and indeed, this is how we learn and change. Thirdly, one way of ensuring that multiple perspectives and marginalized communities are represented is through community engagement and participation, so that communities themselves are involved in shaping how their heritage is represented, as advocated by the WIPIC principles and the ICOMOS Charter. Fourthly, heritage interpretation should challenge visitors to critically engage with the heritage and go beyond the passive consumption of information. It should encourage dialogue and critical reflection and support visitors in their engagement with questions of identity, power relations, and social justice. Notwithstanding what I've said about communication, the heritage visitor is there to learn, but it is how they learn, understand, and make the heritage meaningful in the context of their lives and in the context of their visit that is crucial. Visiting heritage sites is invariably a social experience. The social experience should be harnessed to aid the learning process and in a way that supports meaning making. Finally, society and the environment are changing all the time, and this includes one's understanding of the heritage. There is no present without a past. Likewise, there's no past without a present. The meanings and significance of heritage change over time as societies change. Meanings are inevitably provisional, as time always changes our understanding of the past. For example, colonial history and the physical markers of its heritage are now being radically assessed. This is a statue in the centre of Bristol of Sir Edward Colston, a prominent 19th century businessman, citizen, philanthropist, merchant, politician, but also a slave trader. And this is what happened to his statue a couple of years ago. Interpretation should draw connections between the historical heritage and contemporary social issues and identities, making it relevant to audiences' lives, interests, and aspirations. This was one response where that doesn't happen. I want now to provide some examples of interpretation which aspires to meet these criteria in practice. I volunteer with an interpretation team at a major garden at Wisley, about 50 kilometres outside London. It's run by the Royal Horticultural Society, which is the UK's leading gardening advice provider. Wisley attracts something like 1.2 million visitors a year. Earlier this year, we staged an event called Plants Before Time, which sought to show visitors that through scientific evidence, one can trace the origins of everyday houseplants to fossilized remains of the earliest known plant forms on the planet. The focus of the event was a walk through the glasshouse, a journey of some 400 million years. The glasshouse comprises temperate, tropical, and arid environments. The story of these prehistoric plants is told to the sound of birdsong, dinosaurs walking, and swirling mist. It sought to be an immersive experience, encouraging visitors to see, to hear, to imagine, to step back in time. Interpretive panels sought to give visitors basic information about the key prehistoric periods and life on Earth at that time, what plants were growing and their descendants which are now growing in our glasshouse and which they can grow themselves. We undertook several small evaluation studies, interviews, focus groups, visitor tracking through the glasshouse. Visitors spent a considerable amount of time in the exhibition, but a relatively small amount of time, less than 25%, looking at the provided interpretation. Too often, interpretation is designed to be so impressive that it becomes the star of the show, not the supporting act. For these glasshouse visitors, the learning came from their experience and social engagement as much as the provided interpretation. It wasn't a distraction, it was enabling. Experiencing the heritage involves the whole person, from the psychological, the social, the physical, to the spiritual. And the interpretation should build on that. Visitor senses were being employed to read and feel the environment. They were not just looking, but seeing. They were not just listening, but hearing. They were sensing changes in the microclimate and in the colours of the plants under different environmental conditions. What the interpretation rightly sought to do was much more than inform, but achieve what Freeman Tilden suggested should be its purpose: to inspire, to provoke, to reveal, to encourage curiosity and imagination, and encourage an affective, emotional, and not just cognitive response. It could only do this by meaning something to visitors, by meaning making. Interpretation which affords different kinds of experiences, which challenge ways of seeing, may be the most effective way of enabling change. Do we give visitors the space and time they need to think about and immerse themselves in the heritage? I'm sure many of you will have heard of forest bathing. It's immersing yourself in an experiential engagement with place and consciously connecting with what's around you. It's been shown to help de-stress and aid health and well-being in a natural way. I do heritage bathing. I like to sit quietly and immerse myself in a heritage setting for an experiential engagement, contemplation, and meditation about time. I think about who was walking these stones 500 years ago. What was their lifestyle? What were their fears and joys? What were the boundaries of their understanding compared with us today? Should we not be encouraging heritage bathing, where people can immerse themselves in time, place, and space, contemplate past, present, and future, think about the near and far? For many people, sitting quietly and meditating in a historic environment is a therapeutic and restorative experience, especially in times of stress and anxiety. And we found that with research that we did during visitors to heritage sites during COVID. One theory of learning asserts that as we explore the environment, our pre-existing knowledge is challenged with new information, new perspectives. When we're confronted with new information, new perspectives, we can reject it, we can accept it wholly, or we can assimilate and accommodate it within our existing understandings. This is how we learn. Now, some social psychologists have argued that this process doesn't simply go on in the head. It's a social process. People are constantly monitoring the thoughts and actions of others, and as a consequence of moderating their own thoughts and behaviours. When we interact socially with others, we're influenced by the way others see the world, an influence which we can accept, reject, or assimilate. In other words, while learning is the resolution of cognitive conflicts within individuals, it's also a product of the resolution of cognitive conflicts between individuals. That is, when people talk to each other. We were interested in whether we could find examples, find evidence that this socio-cognitive conflict occurs within family groups interacting naturally when they look at exhibits in a museum, especially as children and adults will be operating at different cognitive levels. In these studies, we contrasted learning performance at 3 different kinds of exhibits, which sought to explain the operation of gear wheels. I would also say we did this with a historical subject as well, looking at people's understanding of Vikings, but this is an easier one to explain. So there were 3 different kinds of exhibit. There was a static passive display, a push-button exhibit in which visitors physically interacted with the exhibit, and then there was a social interactive exhibit which required visitors to interact with each other in order to understand the scientific principles behind the operation of gear wheels. We found the social interactive exhibit encouraged more exhibit-related discussion than the static or physically interactive exhibit. Also, the social interaction was qualitatively different from the other interpretive media. The content of people's discussion was more sophisticated and informed. Visitors demonstrated a better understanding of the concept of gear wheels at the social interactive exhibit. And most interestingly, learning was not one way, just from adult to child. It was reciprocal. We found that adults learned from children as a result of talking and discussing with them the content of the exhibits. The children's questions and comments made them think more. These results suggest that designing interpretation that encourages social interaction with others may be an important way of ensuring our interpretation is effective, meaningful to both adults and children, and they all learn from it. Meaning making is central to our understanding of identity. Who am I? Where do I fit in this world, in this society? Do I belong to this place? Nowhere is this more important and pertinent than for those people who are now wandering across the globe, escaping from war and conflict, hunger and poverty, from disease and from climate change. I've recently been working with colleagues in Australia, examining the impact of museums which position the First World War military engagement at Gallipoli in Turkey, commonly known as the Anzac story, as central to the formation of Australian national identity. The Anzac identity, comprising 15 values, the ones that are highlighted in yellow in that first paragraph, speaks to what it means to be an Australian. We conducted in-depth interviews with 93 first, second, and third generation Australian visitors to the museum, the Australian War Museum, 37 of whom had recent migrant backgrounds from 20 different overseas countries. Our analysis drew on Laura Jane Smith's concept of the authorized heritage discourse as a framework. And you can see from there that the AHD, as I abbreviate it, focus on all that is good and important about the past. It promotes a consensual view of history by state-sanctioned cultural institutions, and excludes historical, cultural, and social experiences of a range of groups. Now, the principal group positively align themselves with the war heritage national identity discourse. For this group, national identity is reinforced by those qualities typically ascribed as being forged out of the Anzac experience in Gallipoli. In other words, they accepted the dominant national view of what it means to be an Australian. A second group questioned the mythological status of the Anzac legacy, yet embraced it as important for national identity. The third group resisted the war story, the war heritage, national identity discourse, and challenged the often assumed links between history, heritage, and identity. They did not feel that to be Australian, you had to have these Anzac values, and in turn deny the values from your own cultural background. For them, a meaningful Australian national identity comprised something of the Australian heritage, but they also brought their own cultural heritage into the question. We cannot assume that visitors will want to align themselves with the values being promoted by heritage sites. Not because they don't respect those values, but they may have other values which are no less valid but rooted in their heritage. I want to finish by suggesting that we need to give interpretation away. So I pose the question, are we building legacy into visitors' heritage experience? Are we equipping visitors and communities with something valuable to take away that they can use the next time they visit a heritage site, including those sites which exist in the everyday world away from labelled heritage sites? Typically, educational activities seek to equip people with skills so that when they come across a similar situation, they have the competencies to decode, make sense, interpret the situation with which they're faced, and then act appropriately. Should we not be consciously doing this in interpretation? Of course, we need interpreters to provide orientation, to help people understand a particular site and its past, to decode the science, to strip away the jargon, to translate concepts and ideas into a language using images and words that are meaningful to a lay audience, and to open the doors to alternative readings of the visited heritage. But there is an opportunity to provide visitors not with answers, but with questions that they can use to think about and discuss with others the multifaceted interpretations of the place they're visiting, and in so doing, making it a meaning-making and not a meaning-taking experience. We think of interpreters as providing answers for heritage visitors. I think interpreters should also see one of their strengths as encouraging and showing visitors how to ask questions, so to have a more personal and meaningful engagement with the heritage. As we found in our research on social interaction in museums, it is through asking questions that visitors will start not only to look, but also to see, not only listen, but question and discuss, and thereby have a more meaningful experience and understanding. Finally, we can involve local communities in contributing to the interpretation of the heritage. In the Plants Before Time exhibition I talked about just now, the communities team at Wisley worked with a local community group called Enterprise 19, which comprises young adults with disabilities who are involved in creative projects. They arranged for the group to visit the exhibition and view the prehistoric plants such as cycads, tree ferns, conifers and palms. The communities team also created a set of images of the relevant plant species so that young adults could take inspiration for their drawings and creative work. They then used this experience to interpret these prehistoric plants, and their design outputs made an invaluable contribution to the exhibition. So if I may now conclude. I was once told that the first rule of marketing is to sell the benefits, not the product. So here are some of the benefits. The case I would put forward for a meaning-making approach to heritage interpretation is that it centres on the visitor and their experience. It recognizes and understands the way visitors most effectively learn and make sense of the world. This is the starting point for change, if that's our goal. Thirdly, it recognizes that visitors also have a history and values which are no less valid or relevant. They just may be expressed differently. These need to be respected and engaged with. Fourthly, it recognizes that experiencing the heritage involves the whole person, from the psychological, physical, social, to the spiritual. And finally, when we give interpretation away, the diverse, interested communities can own it in some way that reflects their part in the story and empowers them to contribute and shape the story so it's more inclusive, relevant, and meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thur. Very enlightening keynote speech to talk about the fundamental starting point for us and also guide us to where we are going to heading forward, especially on our principal research. Thank you very much again. Please give a big support to him for his very much valuable speech. Thank you very much. Next, before we start our session, if you allow me to take the floor, I would like to explain about why we are doing this forum in the process of our research for many years, so that you probably can join us on our discussion more actively. Okay, here I am to introduce you about our today's topic, and probably tomorrow morning in the same time, I would like to explain to you more about tomorrow's topic on this. Last year, and also the year before, we defined heritage interpretation and presentation in our own way. And that's already, you probably do know that the Professor Ujjal mentioned and referred on our new definition sentence. We define heritage interpretation as a meaning-making process through communication, participation, and experience. We recognize that it encourages understanding and promote connections between people and heritage places. So we would like to highlight the heritage is an active process of meaning-making involving all different stakeholders and peoples and the communities as well. And also, last year, sorry about the mistypo, but last year, we defined heritage presentation as a range of methods of interpretation delivery for enhancing experience, raising awareness, and understanding and inspiring engagement for heritage. So we wanted to recognize presentation is communicative act, spoken, written, and digital expression of particular interpretive viewpoint. So that's how we differentiate between interpretation and presentation. However, up to now, for many years, we weigh more value on heritage itself rather than the people who involves, rather than the people who do the meaning making, so that we focus our energy and also resources to nomination, listing, and also conservation and management process. And also, as we all understand before, we focuses on what kind of narrative, also the established narrative that we would like to deliver to the publics, so that we would like to focus on one-way speaking from us to the public. Whereas what we are doing, the public had to do on their own storytelling, so that they have to develop their own skills to understand and to do the meaning making for themselves. And also tourism and business probably would be the kind of separate entity from the conservation and management process, even though the visitors actively involve and experience in heritage sites through the visit, through the tour, and so on. So the visit and experience has relatively not recognized rather than the conservation and management of the site. However, heritage does exist in connection to people. So heritage process is all about connecting people to heritage. All information on material or spiritual aspects is in heritage, and values can be conveyed and expressed through heritage. However, those values with narrative and stories can be only recognized and understood when people connect to heritage by sharing knowledge and belief, and also between peoples to experience each other, for them to visit the site and to understand the information and also do the meaning-making process themselves. It is us to find or create meaning on heritage. So interpretation as a meaning-making process is all about connecting people to heritage, and that is the essence of our new definition. Then, the question would be how we can connect people to heritage, and how can we do meaning-making, and how should we interpret heritage, and what is the principle that we should bear in mind. To answer to those questions in contemporary context, WIPIC is working on setting out the new principle of interpretation and presentation, and at the same time, we have been developing practical methodology of planning and practicing interpretation and presentation. And today, we would like to talk about principle, and tomorrow, we would like to talk about methodology of meaning-making. There has been many principles from Tilden's principle in 1957 into 2008 ICOMOS NMA Charter. However, after ratification of NMA Charter in 2008, there has been global changes and issues raised, such as impact climate change, urbanization, industrial development, and also the conflicts in war zones, intentional destruction of heritage, and so on. In addressing those issues, interpretation has been mentioned many times within World Heritage context, and interpretation is becoming very much important in heritage process to tackle those issues in recent years. In particular, different perspectives for one heritage became very problematic, causing conflicts between nations and communities. We are questioning the role of heritage in SDG goals in the context of changing concept of heritage, and also new generation understand different ways on the authorized heritage discourse. And also, new technology is leading us into the world that previous generations have not experienced. In many cases, there exist new contexts emerging in the heritage process as well. Also, every year, we are adding new types of heritage into our list. So it is the time that we need new definition and the new ways of doing interpreting and presenting. Question now would be how can sensitive, inclusive, accessible heritage interpretation communicate the significance of these new heritage categories, and also how we can help to reconcile or mediate through heritage interpretation. So our research started this year early, and we talked about all different issues which has been discussed in World Heritage context and also outside of the World Heritage context with the guests, with the speakers today here for more than 6 months. And then we have categorized the several issues that we would like to highlight in our new principle. At the moment, there are 9 categories, but it could be less, it could be more at the final stage. The first one is diversity that we would like to include in our new principle so that we can recognize through interpretation the different types of heritage as well as tangible and intangible integrations. And also we would like to recognize different communities and their diverse perspectives through the interpretation. The second, interpretation should respect human rights, careful about the cultural sensitivity. And also the presentation should be the factual and meaningful to all. And also credible information that we have discussed on our principle as well. Accessibility not only to the physical site, but also to the different types of information and resources would be very much important to be included in our new principle. And also interpretation should invite all different communities for their experience and participation from the planning process. And interpretation should be relevant to different audience to build their own connection with heritage and dealing with contemporary issues. We also talked about interpretation needs to contribute to sustainable conservation and management of heritage, and interpretation should facilitate lifelong learning for participation as well. Lastly, we believe that the interpretation and presentation should be monitored on a regular basis so that we can renew and also we can include more narrative or more findings from the field of academics. So based on those kind of, the fundamental issues that we discussed for the last 6 months, we would like to divide into 3 different sessions to talk about. Firstly, we would like to share with you about the challenges for new principle that we face with in the World Heritage context. And also, in the second session, we would like to hear advice from the interpreters for new principles. So we invited Interpret Europe, we invited NAI, and also we invited Arab regional experts to listen and to hear about their practice, about their experience as well. In session 3, we would like to talk about the direction that we would like to take for new principle, to talk about the key context and messages that we would like to deliver through these principles. And it will be followed by the final discussions to talk about the potential impact of the new principle and the future directions for new charter to develop. Thank you very much. This is the brief introductions of our today's session. So stay with us until the end of the discussions. Thank you very much. I will go back to my... Okay, this is 10:42 at the moment. We would like to have a short break until 11 o'clock to start session 1 at 11. But probably if you do not know about the QR code to download our publication in PDF, there is a QR code at the entrance. So if you click it, your camera, then you can free download our publications online. So please join us with me at 11 o'clock. There is drinks and the snacks outside, and you are free to have drinks and snacks, and probably sometimes you can bring into inside, but be careful on this. 감사합니다. 저희 11시까지 잠깐 쉬었다가 1세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 바깥쪽에 음료와 스낵이 있어서 자유롭게 드시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그리고 저희 QR코드로 지금 온라인으로 저희 오늘 발표 자료집을 다운받으실 수 있습니다. 문 쪽에 QR코드가 있어서 다운받으시면 자유롭게 저희 PPT 파일과 초록을 보실 수 있습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you very much for coming back. We now would like to start the official presentations from session 1, which is about the challenges for the new principles and what is the context that we face at the moment, especially within the World Heritage context. We do have 2 speakers, and unfortunately we invited online. And the first speaker is Professor Neil Silberman, professor of the University of Massachusetts. He is an author and heritage scholar who specialized in techniques of public engagement, heritage theory, and impact of cultural heritage on contemporary society. From 2004 to 2007, he was director of the Ename Center for Public Archaeology and Heritage Presentation in Belgium. He served for a decade as a founding president of the ICOMOS International Scientific Committee on Interpretation and Presentation, we call ICIP, and he was a chief editor of the 2008 ICOMOS Ename Charter for the interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage sites. Please welcome Professor Neil Silberman online so that he can have his ideas on the achievement of the Ename Charter, which is titled From Public Engagement to Public Relevance, the ICOMOS Ename Charter and the WIPIC Principle. Professor Silberman, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there with you this morning. It's night here. In New Haven, Connecticut, but I'm happy to join you virtually. And I want to say, first of all, what an honor it has been to participate in the deliberations of WIPIC over the last 3 years in refining, advancing the theory and methodology of heritage interpretation. Now, I'm just going to start. I'm going to share my screen. Just hold on for one moment. Okay, I hope everyone, let me start. I hope everyone can see. All right, terrific. All right, wonderful. I do want to thank all the responsible people in WIPIC, from the Director General to the Head of Research, Soo-Jung Lee, and the whole enthusiastic team for really doing terrific and important work. And what I want to do, what I've been asked to do, is sort of position, as Soo-Jung said, the context of the Ename, the ICOMOS Ename Charter, and the formulation of the WIPIC principles. And what I want to say is that I know that Professor Uzel mentioned Laura Jane Smith's authorized heritage discourse. We'll talk about that in a few minutes, but this lecture is going to be more about authorized interpretive methodology, because it's my belief and my experience that the meanings and the methods of interpretation change over time. And heritage is something of a public discussion. Years ago, I wrote about heritage interpretation as public discourse. And what I want to stress now and throughout this lecture is that, in a sense, the meaning making that we're talking about is not just meaning making about heritage sites or even meaning making about the past. It's really meaning making about how the world works. And in many cases, the past and the tangible remains of the past are, in fact, the vehicles for metaphors about how the world works. So in terms of the relationship, let me just get this, between the ICOMOS Ename Charter, which was ratified by ICOMOS in 2008, and the formulation of the WIPIC principles, which is sometime in the future, it's not just a chronological relationship. We're not talking about a new and improved charter or principles or something. What we're talking about is the statements or the perceptions of different eras. Now, 2008 and 2025 is not that far apart when we look at historical the scope of archaeology and history. But there are some changes that I will talk about since the ratification of the Inanimate Charter, which would make the WIPIC principles not a new and improved version of the Inanimate Charter or any of the many doctrinal texts that have come before, but it will be an expression of when it's formulated. What I want to say is that when we're dealing with charters, declarations, principles, guidelines, and so forth, we're not so much looking for timeless verities as something that is really relevant for the context in which the historical context in which interpretation is done. Now, both the ICOMOS Inanimate Charter and the WIPIC principles are the heirs of a very long tradition of explaining, marking, and interpreting places of significance. This is some rock art from White River Narrows in Nevada in the United States. And it's very interesting, the scholarly debate that is going on about this early form of interpretation of places. There are some, the traditionalists, who believe that rock art in many cases was done by shamans in sort of spirit visions. A newer idea is that because there are so many archaeological habitation sites, these petroglyphs were made by the people that lived there. They were making meaning out of the places that they lived and hunted and farmed and so forth. And you can see by the rake in the middle, it could even be generations. So I want to change the whole focus of a very brief historical survey of the methodologies of interpretation from what's usually considered to be the core of interpretation, which is the genius loci, the spirit of the place, to something a little bit different, which would be the genius temporis, the spirit of the time. And when we move from the prehistoric period to, in fact, the 19th century or late 18th century, interpretation was a form of citizenship training. It was a form of teaching the story of the nation to the children of the nation. And here you see from a German textbook that shows the workers and the teacher explaining how these ancient artifacts embodied the spirit of the nation. And no proper citizen could ever avoid understanding that inevitable progress from prehistory to the present and the state. So that's citizenship and pure education. In the middle of the 19th century, slightly more than the middle of the 19th century, the Thomas Cook Company created a new kind of interpretation. It was very different than the citizenship type of interpretation. It was a kind of exotic, nostalgic escape from the routine of industrial middle class shopkeepers, office workers, and so forth. And so it was, in fact, removing, seeing in the past, seeing in the interpretation of the past, a dreamlike world in which the worries of the present were not there. And then when we quickly move to the 20th century, we get the professionalization of interpretation. These are some U.S. Park Service rangers in New Mexico, but the whole idea of a professional cadre of people at the site who would do what Professor Zell said, basically translate the academic work into something that people could learn from, benefit from, and so forth. Now, where it really changed, of course, was the figure that was mentioned before, and that's Freeman Tilden. Now, Freeman Tilden, who was in the U.S. National Park Service, is still recognized by many as the founding father of interpretation, methodology, theory, and so forth. And his whole idea was that basically the transfer of information alone was not enough. The idea was to inspire, provoke, and inform the individual visitor and have an experience. Now, I have to say that Freeman Tilden was a product of his time as well, in the post-World War II era, when advertising, as again Professor Zell mentioned, you wanted to sell the sizzle and not necessarily just the steak. And so this idea of adding something extra, adding something to the consumers of heritage was foremost in his mind. But the reason to do it was also time bound. And that was through that famous quote. I hope I'm not repeating too much of what Professor Zell said, but the bottom line of interpretation was to encourage people to appreciate and protect cultural heritage. This was at a time, by the way, when urban renewal and modernism generally was really wiping out a lot of the old landscape. So this was basically an attempt to, to stand up for protection in the midst of very rapid change. And of course, as we know, interpretation, his word interpretation, spread all over the world and encouraged organizations like Interpret Europe and the NAI. But the problem with it was that it is in the world of UNESCO and World Heritage a very foreign concept. I remember when we were struggling to get the ANAMA Charter ratified. I remember Michael Petzet could not understand or why we wanted to do this, because of course the experts do the interpretation. He didn't understand for many continental Europeans, presentation is the term. And there are so many different kinds of interpretation or presentation, as you all know. I don't have to say, whether it's the costumed interpreters, whether it's archaeological specialist interpreters, whether it is discussion groups. There are countless different methods of interpreting sites, and that remains, inspired by Freeman Tilden, really a major part of the whole interpretation / presentation world. And I'll leave to the side that distinction, which correctly has not really been noticed in the heritage world. So if we have Freeman Tilden and we have the concept of interpretation, why were new principles, or in the case of the ANAMI Charter, why was a new charter needed? Well, there were two main reasons. When we started working on the 5-year project of the ANAMI Charter within ICOMOS and within the scientific committee of ICOMOS for interpretation and presentation. One was something that Suzhang Li mentioned, and that was the constant expansion of the types of heritage that were accepted, particularly in the UNESCO world, but everywhere, from modern neon signs to intangible heritage. There was a whole range of contexts and places that had to be interpreted that really didn't quite fit to the sort of the spatially constrained kind of heritage site that Freeman Tilden was talking about. The other thing, even more important, and still with us, was the idea that cultural heritage could serve as an economic driver of revenue, of business, of the economic welfare of communities if only they would invest in their heritage. And this led, and this was a major, and it remains a major effort of financial institutions like the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Fund, OECD, and I could go on and on forever. But the idea was that rather than continuing to mine primary resources or build factories, developing countries could sell their own heritage to tourists. And so as a result of that, lots of money has been invested by governments and even by private companies in archaeological conservation, in preparing sites and so forth. And here's just an example of one of the most elaborate, and also in Peru, a huge cover over a mud brick structure that was designed by a modernist architect. But the real point here is that with heritage being seen as an economic product that could be sold, a basic shift in interpretation and heritage in general happened. And that is from being a competitor, a heritage site, from being a competitor to other heritage sites now became competitors to every kind of tourist attraction. So when people went to a hotel, and you see the brochures there were a few museums, a few heritage sites among the amusement parks and so forth. And this created a real problem in our estimation for heritage interpretation, because in vacation places like the Yucatan, this is Chichen Itza, lots more tourists came who were not primarily interested in the archaeology or the history. One day it would be shopping, one day it would be at the beach, and one day you would go to a monument. So those two issues, the types of heritage and the marketing of heritage, really made us think that maybe some guidelines in this new age of cultural tourism had to be made. Now, I mentioned, and you've heard the name Ename many times, and I wanted to basically take some of the mystery away from that. Ename is a small village in Flanders, the Flemish region of Belgium, about halfway between Ghent and the French city of Lille, that was really unique in its time. And I'm talking about the mid-1990s, when I first started working with the Ename people and eventually the Ename Center. It was a town founded in the 11th century, and you can see at the top of the screen, archaeological excavations went there. And it was really a holistic kind of interpretation. Now, Ename is not on the main tourist routes. It gets very few tourists. So almost automatically, it became a sort of community site, a community place of memory. And as a result of the community, the high community interest in the heritage of the place, they transformed a burgher's house in the town green into a real state-of-the-art museum, working with an international design team that was very interested in this little place in Belgium that really wanted to do a different kind of heritage interpretation. And inside the museum was all kinds of things that we were experimenting with in the mid-90s in terms of virtual reconstructions, character-based narratives, and so forth. We also experimented, it looks like an antique now, but with a digital presentation. Now, this was digital presentation for visitors, not the kind of the really technical, specific digital documentation that Professor Santana does and so forth. It was crude by today's standards. It was made in conjunction with IBM UK. And it was what it cost a fortune in those days, and it could be done today with a very cheap webcam and a monitor. But this is a little deceptive because these were still the early days. This 3D projection, this augmented reality, appeared on the screen. It didn't appear in the air like that. But there were lots of problems that we had to deal with about sustainability and so forth. But the important thing about Inami, the thing that gave Inami its name and inspired the charter, was its connection with the local community. And the local community was the audience as well as the authors in the museum and in the interpretation of the archaeological site, the personal experiences of the people mixed with the expert archaeological interpretation. And it gave us basically the principles that eventually became the Inami Charter, that access and understanding. I don't have to read them all. They were made for a time where we wanted to get off the leisure time venue of people going to archaeological sites on weekends and maybe the gift shop being more important to some families or the cafeteria. We wanted to strip down and get the basic principles of interpretation in an age of cultural tourism, sometimes diluting the possibility of meaning making. And I have to say, recognizing these major new factors in the heritage world. Oh, what? Whoa, this is me. Okay, all right, okay. Sorry, I had to record something and that one I missed. Okay. Anyway, as I've said, the Inami Charter represented the 90s and the first decade of the 21st century in an attempt to counteract, the kind of tourist-oriented investment to basically increase visitation, and rather to include all the elements that would make the heritage relevant for people. So I have to ask now, in 2024, 16 years after the ratification, why are new principles needed now? And this is a key problem. It's not an obvious, it's not obvious that each iteration of interpretive principles are closer to reality. I would suggest rather that they are part of that public discussion about how the world works. And so, as Sujang mentioned, a few of them, I just wanted to now suggest a few of the major changes that interpretation has not completely either tackled or completely recognized even. Now, the first of them, of course, everybody knows. I don't have to say much more about the global climate change than has been said many, many times. But the important thing for heritage interpretation in an era of global climate change is the fact that some heritage is not going to be able to be saved. Whether it is a lighthouse that is being engulfed by sea level rise, or likewise in Delos, the ancient Greek ruins, there is no way that they can be saved from the forces of nature. And I would recommend to everyone a really brilliant book called Curated Decay by a British scholar named Caitlin De Silva. And she has really explained how in cases where the preservation paradigm does not work, even despite how much is invested in protecting it, we have to learn in some cases to be able to interpret without tangible remains, or with tangible remains that are destined to collapse or disappear very soon. This is really the same with,
The same is true.
oh, gee, I'm sorry, natural disasters. In this sort of thing, okay, this is good. The same is true about natural disasters. There is difficulty in developing countries. In fact, any countries. We're having a huge hurricane here in Florida right now. There's not enough money to restore all the damaged heritage, especially when other needs such as food and water and shelter is needed for the populations of devastated areas. So there too, a different kind of interpretation is needed that diverges from the preservation paradigm for practical reasons. But that does not lessen the significance of places that were important and were destroyed. Now, I want to go on to the next one, really, which is really something that I've been very much involved in recent years, and that's identity politics. I know that we speak about diversity and how all perspectives can or should be represented. But we have a situation in the world today, really intense, in which heritage is a vehicle for political legitimacy. So whether it's the Ainu activists in northern Japan who put on the traditional garb and protect traditional places, or even in a place like places like Sweden and Norway, where the Sami people are, give us our land back, our heritage, and so forth, and are not satisfied with only government interpreters telling their story. And certainly that is also true in the United States with Native peoples throughout the country. It's become a very important political activity. And certainly also in Australia, where local Aboriginal communities, in this case, sitting in front of a very sacred place to them, Uluru, which used to be called Ayers Rock, have been able to get special recognition for custodianship and supervision of what goes on in the heritage site. They're not interpreters. They are reclaiming heritage in a way. And this idea of special relationship extends to the oddest kinds of groups in modern society because, as I said, heritage is a way of establishing identity and political legitimacy. And here are some neo-Druids in Stonehenge, a conflict that has mostly been settled, but still represents this idea of certain groups feel that they are more connected to sites than the general public, which is something that official interpreters, veer away from. But in an age of diversity, it's not only the addition of special groups, as Professor Zell mentioned, it also can be the subtraction of heritage elements as well. And this is in Heroes Square in Bridgetown, Barbados, where they're taking poor Nelson, Admiral Nelson, away for the same reasons that that many statues have been taken away. They represent oppressive, what are seen as oppressive regimes. And it gets really dangerous when identity politics becomes a zero-sum game, as in the case of Ayodhya in India, where the Hindus and the Muslims that had tensions and outright violence for many years. The Hindu demonstrators and activists took over the Babri Mosque in Ayodhya, in which they claimed originally a Hindu temple. And they eventually destroyed this. So this is one case where the idea of compromise is unrealistic. And I'll talk about some others in just a few minutes. And then, of course, we have war as reverse interpretation. That is, in warring parties, they try to actually destroy the antiquities or heritage of the others, as in Mostar in Bosnia in the 90s, in the Balkan Wars, and of course Bamiyan in Afghanistan, and then of course ISIS in Syria blowing up Palmyra. And now we have an even greater problem than just militant fundamentalist groups. We have all-out war that does not respect any kind of heritage. It's all a target. And whether that is in Ukraine or whether that is in Gaza, this is a real problem. And I'm hoping that there can be some interaction between WIPIC and the Blue Shield. And Peter Stone was last year at the forum, so that can be made clear. So quickly, I have 8 things that I want you to keep in mind. These are not meant to be separate principles. They're meant rather to be things to think about. First, we often think that heritage sites, as in this case, the Tower of London, is separated from the present. But that separation is really an illusion. In fact, it's really important that we always think beyond the site. And I'm not talking about cultural landscape, geographical or environmental context. I'm thinking about thinking what's going on in the world. Likewise, when we have so much investment, interest, and attendance at heritage sites and heritage cities, this is Macau in China, we have to remember that heritage is what heritage does. So if it is meant to get everyone to believe a certain country is the true owner, or if it is meant to get revenue, we have to think about that larger social context. And this is maybe the most important of all. And this is a case that compromise, as we now know, with the drones and the missiles going off. This is the Dome of the Rock in the Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem, contested between Israelis and Palestinians, Jews and Muslims. There is no compromise here, and we have to remember that heritage can always be a double-edged sword. That is to say, the best kind of interpretation, or the most effective interpretation, can support some very distasteful or conflicting ideologies. And even when we bring marginalized communities into heritage, they create, in a way, their own authorized heritage discourse. This is something that I could discuss at length, but I just want to say that there is always someone marginalized by heritage. Then I'll just go quickly here with just a little bit left. Everyone has something to contribute to interpretation. This we found in many of the projects that we've been involved in. This again is Barbados, but in Cairo, the use of digital, this is from a few, 10 years ago when we had to give out digital cameras, but in fact, now with smartphones, people can use smartphones for recording and making their meaning and presenting their meaning through things like photo voice and so forth. So the point that I would make here is that interpretive content is part of a much wider public conversation. And as public conversations, they're constantly changing. Then just a couple of more, because I don't want to go too much over time, is the issue of accessibility. And accessibility, of course, is more than ramps and rails. There's a scholar named Ian Ford who has defined what he calls deep accessibility, and it wouldn't be a bad idea if these principles of the ability to move around a site, the sense of being there, the orientation, the kind of communication which we've always concentrated on, and importantly, the agency, choosing what to see and what to express about it is really important. And then really finally, I want to talk about why co-creation is so important. Because co-creation is the key to heritage sustainability. Certainly in our age of advanced technology and so forth, what is modern today in terms of interactive installations and 3D models and so forth, they get old very fast as the social media and IT advances. But with the bringing in of people from the community to co-create from the very beginning and design of a interpretation program, and more importantly, as it is periodically revised, this is the key to heritage sustainability, keeping people feeling that the heritage is not only relevant to them, but is part of their expression, is consonant with their understanding of how the world is. And so the last point that I would make, and here is a Turkish Cypriot and two Greek Cypriots who are working on a project together. And I would have to say that heritage interpretation and presentation are as much about the present and future as the past. In learning examples from tangible remains and what they meant and how we think about who walked here, who cried here, who laughed here, who had a family here, we're really talking in metaphorical terms about the possibilities for us. So I want to just conclude by saying, even in our age of mass tourism, however dented it was by the worldwide COVID epidemic, these are the three things that must be included in interpretation and presentation: a sense of the past, an acknowledgement of the present, and an anticipation of the future. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Silverman. During the last 5 online meetings between our working group members, he constantly addressed the importance of the ethical criteria on interpretation and presentation, and that should be the essence of our principle that we are developing at the moment. Thank you very much again for the very much fundamental and theoretical aspects on the NMA Charter and also our way forward next. Okay, we would like to invite Professor Neil Kamal Shakapine from Nepal and India to talk about the possible contributions of the proposed WIPIC principles of heritage interpretation and presentation to the World Heritage System. At the moment, he is currently a professor at the Center for the Heritage Management, Ahmedabad University in India, and he has been working with us for the last 3 years on the definition and also attribute and the principle research. Please welcome Professor Neil Kamal Shakapine with a big support online. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. First of all, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you today in this very important forum that WIPIC has organized. Due to some medical emergency, I am connecting to you remotely, but I hope you all had a very productive session during the forum today. Let me begin my presentation. The topic given to me by WIPIC is to examine the possible contributions of the proposed WIPIC principles of heritage interpretation and presentation to the World Heritage System. In this presentation, I will attempt to explore possible contributions that the newly drafted principles of heritage interpretation and presentation can make to the World Heritage System. Therefore, in the next 25 minutes or so, I wish to briefly highlight where the World Heritage System is today and what are its aspirations. Then I will briefly refer to the WIPIC's definitions of heritage interpretation and presentation, as well as the principles for heritage interpretation and presentation. Then I will discuss how these new principles may be able to contribute for better management and experiences of the World Heritage System. So let me begin. Yes. A good way to assess where the World Heritage System today is to look at primarily two places. One is publications like this, which comes out of various documents coming out from the World Heritage Committee meetings, including their decisions, the nomination dossiers, which means what type, or how representative the dossiers are, and etc. And the state of conservation reports. And the second is to look at what the World Heritage Committee and its advisory bodies come up with as new manuals, study reports, and capacity building programs for state parties and other stakeholders. A few of that, which you can see on the screen that I have sampled here, indicate representative areas that the World Heritage System aspires to address today, from better engagement of local communities, which you can see one of the document here, to managing disaster risk, from impact assessment to enhancing the experience of World Heritage, and so on. There are many more such issues. There are many more such issues that have arisen from the implementation of the convention in the last 50 years of experience, but also from the general understanding or misunderstanding about the convention and its systems, the technical gaps within the system, and its wider relation to general public and broader goals of sustainable development. In the next slide, I mention a few of them for a bit more elaboration during my presentation. Here are some key areas that I have picked up for the purpose of today's discussion. The World Heritage Convention's 5 Cs, which are also known as the Global Strategic Objectives, the upstream or upstreaming process, sustainable development, which today has become a buzzword, including the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, various ethical issues like human rights, social justice, inclusivity, accessibility, among others. And all these issues eventually are leading to our job today, which is about heritage interpretation and presentation, to think how we can achieve effective interpretation, which in the case of World Heritage can be applied from the very early stage of nomination to management. Let us begin with the World Heritage Strategic Objectives, which are also called 5 Cs because they all begins with the letter C in English language. In 1994, the World Heritage Committee launched the Global Strategy for a Representative, Balanced and Credible World Heritage List. By adopting the Global Strategy, the World Heritage Committee wanted to broaden the definition of World Heritage to better reflect the full spectrum of our world's cultural and natural resources and to provide a comprehensive framework and operational methodology for implementing the World Heritage Convention. This is something I have taken from the World Heritage Center's website itself. Initially, these strategies were only 4, and the 5th one, which is the communities, was added later. As the communities, which is a very important aspect, is remembered as the 5th C of the Global Strategic Objectives. If we discuss, we will recognize that the credibility, communication, and communities are directly related to the activities of heritage interpretation and presentation, and the other two, capacity building and conservation, are also in a way related to heritage interpretation and presentation. Then let's look at the next point, which is about the upstream process. The new concept of the upstream process was introduced in 2010. Again, I'm quoting the World Heritage Center's website. This upstream process in 2010, upon considering the difficulties experienced with some challenging nominations. This process is groundbreaking in that it enables the advisory bodies and the Secretariat to provide advanced support in the form of advice, consultation, and analysis directly to state parties prior to the preparation or submission of a nomination. The main aim of the upstream process is to reduce significant problems encountered during the evaluation process for more challenging nominations. This text, which I have quoted from the World Heritage Center's website, highlights that the upstream process begins with the guidance on the tentative list preparation, as you can see on the image to the left, right, the image of a manual, the guidance note. It suggests that the World Heritage process has come a long way because we are helping right at the preparation of the tentative list. This is where the World Heritage Center aims to help the state party in a bottom-up process. Again, we can imagine an inclusive heritage interpretation would play a key role in this process. So this is how we can connect the interpretation and presentation to this process as well. Now let us move to the very famous and widely known SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. An agenda added in the new millennium is to connect heritage, including world heritage, to the Sustainable Development Agenda. The journey towards this has been rather a complex one because the Sustainable Development Agenda didn't acknowledge culture or heritage as a key aspect until very recently. But thanks to the World Heritage System, including its advisory bodies like ICOMOS and IUCN and other heritage entities, that today the heritage and particularly World Heritage as well are considered as integral part of the Sustainable Development Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, relating World Heritage System to SDGs have been a key focus since the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention. And you can see there are several documents already available, policy documents, to help connect towards this. Now, this was the third aspect. And the final aspect I would like to touch upon is what are called the ethical issues, which includes human rights, inclusivity, accessibility, social issues, social justice, etc. As many publications from the World Heritage Center also highlights and suggests, as well as many academic research and reviews have emphasized, the World Heritage System today need to acknowledge and address various community-based issues, social issues including justice, empowerment, and so on, along with many new challenges that are being added in our vocabulary in the new millennium, like climate change, and so on. More importantly, in the recent emergence of violence and conflicts, increasingly the World Heritage has been a target. We have seen several examples in recent years. Thus, our attention are also drawn to human rights issues, and as suggested by Karima Bonon, the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights, who spoke at the UN in 2016, that we need to approach cultural heritage from a human rights approach. Further, there are also cultural rights and indigenous voices to deal with. Many of these are ethical issues which are difficult to handle, but something we cannot ignore today. So even these few snapshots tell us that any principle of heritage interpretation and presentation may not be able to address all, but I wish to examine the proposed WHIPIC's principles in relation to these key thematic issues that the World Heritage System, and for that matter, any heritage, is facing today. So now after briefing these broadly the overall key issues that we are facing today, including the World Heritage System, I'll now move on to the specific task that WHIPIC has taken up to reimagine the heritage interpretation and presentation and how that may address some of these issues that I just discussed. Let us begin with WHIPIC's definitions of heritage interpretation and presentation. Let me recap the definition that WHIPIC has recently adopted for heritage interpretation and presentation. Primarily, heritage interpretation is a meaning-making process through communication, participation, and experience. And of course, it adds into understanding and promotes connections between people and heritage places. Similarly, heritage presentation is a range of methods of interpretation delivery for enhancing experience, raising awareness and understanding, and inspiring engagement with heritage. These are the broader definitions that WHIPIC have adopted. This was part of the working group's outcome last year, and I believe this has also been published now. But then this has led to this past year into drafting a set of principles for heritage interpretation and presentation in the leadership of WIPIC, an international working group, were debating, discussing, and this is how these are framed. There's 8 principles that have been drafted. They are meant to be a focus um, on several areas, not to include everything, but the key areas that may help addressing some of the gaps that we discussed, or some of the issues that are preeminent today. The keywords I have highlighted in this slide, if you can see, the keywords highlight the different aspects that these principles are touching upon. But the keywords themselves speak for the concern and scope of these principles. Of course, under each of these principles, there are sub-principles also that are being drafted, still under the finalization process. But I hope, and I hope you will have an opportunity to read all of them in detail. In the lack of time here, I wish to relate these principles to the key thematic issues discussed just a while ago. And the way I do it is I have created a table in which I have tried to sort of relate the WIPIC's proposed principles of heritage interpretation and presentation with the possible contributions that these principles may make to several areas that we discussed in the beginning of my presentation. For example, the World Heritage Strategic Objectives, and there are 5 Cs, and then there are a few other thematic focus areas that we discussed. So how do they relate, where the principles can contribute? This is what I've tried to summarize in this table. This is a long exercise I try to do, not yet complete, but I think this is a good beginning. And this is almost the end of my presentation. So let me take some time to elaborate this particular slide, the table that I have here. As again, on the x-axis, please keep in mind, you will find the top horizontal bar, what we have as the key themes listed from the World Heritage Strategy Objectives, the 5 Cs: credibility, conservation, capacity building, communication, and community. And then we have the upstream process, we have the SDGs and the ethical issues. On the vertical, or on the column on the extreme left, I have listed the 8 principles, just the thematic principles I have listed. And when I went through the text, this is in terms of the methodology, when I went through the text of the principle, when I went through key issues that have been discussed in these thematic areas, and I try to relate how these principles, particular principles, may relate to a particular thematic area. So, and I use the tick marks to suggest where I found them correlating to each other. For example, the first principle, the principle for respect for diversity, I found that they would help in enhancing the World Heritage credibility, hence a tick mark there, as you can see. Similarly, it helps in connecting, the first principle helps in connecting the World Heritage to communities, hence another tick mark in the box relating to the community, just below the community. Similarly, it will be an important theme to be included in the upstreaming process, so there is a tick mark, because that helps in the World Heritage nominations, could address these issues from the very beginning. In terms of SDG, I looked around all the 17 SDGs and I sensed that this first principle probably could relate to the SDG 10, which is about reducing inequalities. And of course, it will relate to important ethical concerns that we encounter in heritage interpretation. So this is how the first principle has been masked, and few tick marks I have framed. Of course, you may do a little bit of further analysis and find, oh, maybe it contributes somewhere else also. But at least this is like the bare minimum. I figured that, okay, this is how it contributes. In the same manner, I have cross-matched the relevance and influence of these 2 parameters to each other, each principles relating to each of these thematic areas. And similarly, I mean, you can see, like, for example, the community engagement and collaboration could contribute in conservation, because conservation has to be collaborative today. In capacity building, because there are several layers of heritage management, including conservation and capacity building, similarly to communication, so on and so forth. So you will see, I've not randomly picked all, but just, a kind of a methodological textual analysis that I've done informs me that this is how it could be done. Although there could be more correlations, but at least this will give an indication. And overall, in this very preliminary exercise, it is good to see that almost all the principles help connect the World Heritage interpretation to communities. That is a wonderful thing to find. They are useful in upstreaming process. And they relate to many SDGs, but particularly SDGs 4, 10, 11, and 16. Although all of them seem like coming out of some ethical concerns, but when I read them closely, I personally felt 5 of them were about ethical issues. And what does that tell us is to recognize very important point that you'll see that there is no principle separately for an ethical practice. But what this correlation indicates is that there is not, even though there is no separate principle in ethics, but perhaps ethics is a cross-cutting theme. And therefore, such a cross-cutting theme is better dealt with in an omnipresent manner that this is scattered across various principles. I can elaborate on them more, but I hope this briefing is sufficient to understand my methodology here. So for example, what I found is, yes, out of the 5 C's, they will contribute in different way, in different manners. But with the relation to upstreaming process, I found them, all the 5 principles, very helpful in what the World Heritage System finds that is missing, and therefore it wants to help the member states through the upstreaming process. And many of them actually cross-connect with the ethical issues. So this was really a remarkable thing to realize. If I had time, what I would do next is to grade these correlations further by ranking them with 1 tick, 2 tick, and probably 3 tick to indicate what extent they relate or contribute to certain themes. 1 tick meaning, preliminary relating, double tick meaning, okay, more relation, triple tick meaning, yes, they are very seriously related. So I could do that. But in the interest of time, I just did this as an indicative exercise. Similarly, one further step I could do would be to pursue an empirical research on selected representative World Heritage properties and try applying them. So in my preliminary exercise here, because on the one hand, we're finalizing these 8 principles and detailing them. On the other hand, we're trying to see, okay, is it good enough? Are we contributing? So this presentation is prepared at that juncture. And therefore, to conclude my presentation, I think the proposed WIPIC principles for heritage interpretation and presentation is drafted to fill in the gaps observed in the World Heritage systems primarily, but they do not exclude other heritage sites. So even though the discussion has started from the World Heritage, doesn't mean they are exclusively to the World Heritage. These principles can equally be applied to other heritage sites as well. These principles are neither intended to be all-inclusive of all possible topics, because there have been several set of principles drafted earlier as well by scholars, organizations, and the intent here is not to include everything, and also not to have it one size fits all kind of a toolkit on heritage interpretation presentation. These principles, like similar other texts, may need appropriate contextualization, as one of the principles also suggests. They certainly address some of the pressing issues today as the World Heritage System gets more popularity, while also leading to contestations among state parties and across diverse communities and perspectives. Many studies are actually indicating that on the one hand, World Heritage is becoming very popular. It's been used by state parties very proactively, but at the same time, this has also led to a little bit of contestations, a little bit of unfair or kind of a social issues highlighted. So it is within this kind of context that these principles are very specifically drafted to address those gaps. And as I tried to show you with the mapping, like this table, it seems to actually touch upon those gaps, try to address those gaps. And one can imagine that these principles will further evolve as we use them, as we try them in different scenarios, diverse contexts, and then get the feedback to refine the text and refine the principles. So I think it's a journey. It's not a product that will be complete just now, but it's a process that we need to recognize, and I think this is making sense in that manner. So, hence to conclude, I think this is a good start. I hope my sort of evaluation or analysis assessing how it can contribute to some of the issues that World Heritage is facing today will be very helpful. So before I close, I wish to thank WIPIC and all the colleagues of the working group with whom I had the privilege of working in the last 1 year, actually last 2 years, on both the definitions work last year and then the principles work this immediate year, the ongoing year. It has been a wonderful learning journey, and I hope I'm able to contribute to your learning as much as I have learned from you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Neil Kamal Shakapine, for giving us and navigate us to the next stage that we would like to further develop in the process of setting out the new principle. This is all for the morning session, session 1. So we would like to take a 60-minute lunch time here. We would like to provide all of you the lunch box so that you can stay with us until 1 o'clock to continue our session 2. Thank you very much again to joining us, and we will coming back at 1 o'clock after the lunch. We would like to provide you the lunch box to inside so that you can eat and also communicate with other speakers as well. Please wait for a while, so we will provide your lunch box. 저희 1시까지 점심시간을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그 외부에 식당이 많지 않고 또 저희 다 여기에서 연사분들하고 또 얘기도 나누시고 그렇게 하기 위해서 저희가 작지만 그 점심 도시락을 준비를 했습니다. 그래서 다 안에서 드실 수 있도록 준비를 할 거고요. 잠깐 기다려 주시면 외부에서 이제 점심 도시락을 다 나눠드리도록 하겠습니다. 오전 세션 감사합니다. 1시에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다. So in session 2, we do have 3 speakers altogether. And our first speaker is Mr. Patrick Lenz from Interpret Europe. And he has worked as a researcher and freelancer in heritage interpretation since the 1990s. From 2010 to 2015, he served as a director of Interpret Europe. And also, he currently do serve on the expert advisory board of the European Cultural Heritage Skills Alliance, and also he is taking as a cultural heritage coordinator for Interpret Europe at the moment. So we would like to have Mr. Patrick Lenz to have value-based approach of Interpret Europe. Please welcome Mr. Patrick Lenz to the floor.
I will talk about the background and context of the value-based approach as it emerged or as we developed it over the last 10 years.
죄송하지만 마이크 볼륨을 조금만 올려주시겠습니까?
And one moment, please. The clock. And I will talk about human basic values which underlie all heritage values and the system of basic human values and draw some conclusions from this. All this is still work in process, so this is not a doctrinal position of Interpret Europe, what I am presenting here, but we are in a meaning-making process ourselves regarding values, the role of values in heritage interpretation in contemporary challenging times. And we aim to establish a platform of discussing these aspects of heritage interpretation in Europe and for anybody interested to contribute worldwide. So the background, we had already heard about the criticism that came from the critical heritage studies about authorized experts who determined heritage values, and they did that in closed circles, usually closed in the sense that only those who were authorized by as academics or from governmental organizations or international organizations were considered to be able to do this. This led to a top-down communication of heritage values from experts to interpreters, and then from interpreters to the greater public. This resulted then in an ignorance towards other people who also feel closely related to their heritage and even to misrepresentations. Neil Silverman talked about that. And it did not recognize that different people may attribute very different meanings and values to a certain heritage. So there were calls already at the beginning of the 2000s for more inclusive and more democratic heritage processes, as it was called. So one question that came up is, what are our responsibilities towards people and society and humanity? And this was triggered by our conference in 2015 about sensitive heritage, sensitive interpretations, where we found that interpretive presentations might sometimes inadvertently, certainly, weaken the values of the EU, the common values of the EU and of UNESCO also. One example was a museum which is established in Schindler's Factory. Who knows the movie Schindler's List? Okay, so that's a movie about the Nazi terror in Poland, in Krakow, and there the owner of the factory, he collaborated with the Nazis, but then his conscience appeared and he started to rescue Jews who were working as forced labor in this factory. And he did a lot to rescue as many as he could from the Holocaust. Now in this museum, what is displayed is the suffering of the people of Krakow during the occupation and the war. And what I missed, and we missed when we visited this during a study visit, was the story of Oskar Schindler. And it is perfectly legitimate to present and interpret and present the suffering of the people in this war and during this occupation, but it was a lost opportunity because this reinforced a kind of black and white thinking. And Oskar Schindler is an ambivalent figure who could bring a different perspective on this complexity of the whole thing that happened there. A similar thing happened at the experience we had at the Polish National Museum. I knew it from before, and it was founded as a place to represent and collect things that form Polish identity at times when the Polish nation didn't exist because it was partitioned by empires surrounding it. But it was only this one perspective, and when I brought the international, many people from many different countries from Europe, I asked whether there's also a relationship to Europe. And then they showed how these artists that were very important for them, how they were interrelated with other artists all over Europe, and how this was a fruitful cooperation for all of them. Again, one perspective in a linear narrative, or you can change perspective that opens you up to a broader picture. So this was one of the reasons that triggered our question, what is our responsibility towards people and society as interpreters. So we have heard of the current time, I can quickly go over this, that we have socio-cultural transformations, identity politics. At the same time, we have the transformation to sustainability, and there are always trade-offs included in transformations of economies and so on. And this leads to conflicting opinions about the necessity, about the direction and the speed of change. And we could witness during the last years increasing polarizations in Europe and I think beyond, in other countries too. So what one can experience or observe is the use and the abuse of interpretations of history and of heritage to justify diverging positions in terms of transformation versus conservation, in the cultural wars that ensued in the meantime. And also we can see that fundamentalism and extremism often refers to history and to heritage. And even terrorism and full-scale wars are justified, in inverted commas, by such interpretations. So what we do really matters and is in the eye of the cyclone, one might say. So heritage for people and social cohesion, that's a paradigm shift from conservation-centered heritage to people-centered heritage and interpretation, and from expert dominance to respecting people in their diversity and in their agency and dignity. And this leads to some tensions between values of the EU and the UNESCO, which we might also fully endorse, and the freedom of opinion and the freedom of meaning-making of individuals and groups. One important milestone in Europe was the new framework convention by the Council of Europe, which is not the European Union, but they do a lot, they reach beyond the European Union, and they do a lot also about culture and heritage and democratic values. And they defined, I shorten this, heritage as a group of resources inherited from the past, which people identify as a reflection and expression of their constantly evolving values, beliefs, knowledge, and traditions. And they continue and introduce the notion of heritage community, which is about people who value specific aspects of a cultural heritage or a natural and cultural heritage, if we go broader, which they wish to sustain and transmit to future generations. And this term of heritage communities is, I think, very pertinent and important also for our process here. Why? Because when we look how we can distinguish them, we can see that the same heritage community has similarities in how people find specific meaning and value which they attribute to a certain heritage resource, like, let's say, the painting number 1 in the Polish National Museum. And these are relative to their social and cultural values. So they also have similarities in their constantly evolving values, beliefs, knowledge, and traditions. That is in their shared intangible meanings which matter for them and let them identify as one community. In other words, we can say every heritage community interprets at least one specific aspect of a heritage site, heritage resort, differently against their specific background, differently from other heritage communities. So this is a concept that allows us to differentiate and identify people and groups who have a different relationship to a certain heritage resource. And then we can see that what is often called heritage values is in fact tangible things very often, also some intangibles, but it is valuable things that are valuable for people. And this is because of their cultural values. These heritage values represent their cultural values. And cultural values themselves are intangible meanings of specific value for a particular community, which they attribute to a heritage site. And these are empowered, finally, by basic human values. We cannot go into detail in this right now, but basic human values are of great importance for that, to understand the differences and also the possible bridges between cultural communities and what they value in concrete heritage. So basic human values have been defined by Shalom Schwartz in 1994, who did extensive research on values and basic human values as desirable trans-situational goals, important now, varying in importance, that serve as guiding principles in the life of a person or other social entity, like a community. They serve the interests of that social entity. They motivate action, giving it direction and emotional intensity. They function as standards for judging and for justifying actions. Examples are freedom, peace, solidarity, social recognition, wealth, and these might be familiar to many interpreters who have read David Larson, who was introducing the concepts of intangibles and universals that are concepts and ideas that are significant for many or more or all humans. And he also showed that these universals and basic human values play a crucial role for heritage interpretation. So that's the link. They are basic in the sense that they underlie all more specific values related to various mental conceptualizations like cultural values, goals, objectives, attitudes, norms, and so on. And at the same time, and because of this basic role, they also play a very crucial role in the lives of people and societies. That's why they link what is important for interpretation also to the challenges of society. So he did extensive research in intercultural and context on all continents, and found that a number of value items that they could be mapped according to which values people deem very important for them or less important for them. And they were those that were rated in similar importance, they are closer together. Others that are either be high or very low in one community, they are further apart. And he found out that they could be summarized in 10 basic human values. I have to rush through that now. One is benevolence, one is tradition, which is important in our context, conformity, which is also important in societal contexts, security, power, achievement, hedonism, which is pleasure for oneself, gratification for oneself, stimulation, self-direction, that's among others freedom, and universalism. And that's about understanding and appreciation and tolerance and protection of the welfare of all people, all human beings, and for nature. So that's a very important one. he also showed that there is a common structure in the value system with two motivational directions that are bipolar. The one is self-transcending values, which are opposite to self-enhancing values. And the other is conservation, which is opposite to openness for change. Now, interpretation, so if we activate values because they are interrelated, this has effects on other values. And do you know of examples when interpretive narratives focused a lot on achievement, power, and security? And what do you think, what such interpretations activate in people, which values, and what this can mean for societies if you predominantly activate self-enhancing values? What they showed is that when you activate the power values, then this has a spillover effect to neighboring values because they are familiar, like security and achievement, and they are all strengthened. On the other hand, the counterbalancing values, the self-transcending values are weakened, among them the universalism values. So the universalism values, if you look briefly through them, you will see that they are really important for a plural society that aims to become united in diversity. That's the motto of the EU, and that's what we pointed out in this publication Helena Vicic mentioned earlier. But it is also important for all plural societies and also for UNESCO and all global organizations that want to collaborate in diversity and embrace diversity, but they need to find a common ground. So let's strengthen universalism. Is that okay always? Should we do that as the main goal? This is what we might think in the first place, and then but you can then see it will weaken the counterbalancing values again, but there's a danger. And that's another element of the value-based approach, to understand that complementary opposite values one side can be exaggerated, and then it can turn into a non-value or anti-value, like conservation can become inflexibility or stubbornness, or openness to change can become carelessness. So there can always be a too much. And when we look at what we learned from Schwartz, then we can see that one side can gain in dominance as we activate them all often and often. And this means that the counterbalancing value weakens and the related non-value is strengthened. It becomes more salient in somebody who is for whom conservation is very important. He or she might easier use the non-values of unsteadiness and carelessness to evaluate a person who is against them, or they think they are against them. This can become then a problem if this shifting weight goes much further so that one value becomes absolute. Because an absolute value makes, on the one hand, life easier, because you have no value conflicts anymore. It is always the absolute value that must not be compromised, and you can attribute the non-values to anything that is critical of your absolute value. So you have a very easy orientation. But it is life. It makes life easier for the individual That's why populism and fundamentalism are quite attractive, can be attractive, but it inhibits democratic deliberations and the necessity to balance between different sides. So if we want to achieve more unity in diversity, then this requires people in the society, that this requires members of society to develop basic abilities regarding the changing the perspective, empathize with other sides, and also to deal with ambivalence. Some want to avoid that because it's uneasy. It is not in the comfort zone. So preliminary conclusions, we as professional interpreters, we have responsibilities, we believe, towards people, societies, and humanity, not to weaken universalism values on the one hand side, and to challenge one-dimensional thinking rather than reinforcing stereotypes and cliches, and to support the ability to cope with ambivalence and with conflicting perspectives. And we can do that by learning from the past. How can we resolve such conflicts? How can we contribute? We can turn this tendency around and look into legitimate core concerns and valid points of the other who we would think are, who we would intuitively ascribe non-values at. So, and then we can try to find these aspects in our interpretive narratives or in our interpretations by changing perspectives. And we can help others to find that by helping them to express themselves more clearly, and that their valid points become and their valid concerns become appreciated. So all interpretations are underpinned by values and finally by basic human values. And heritage communities should be specifically addressed, and we should be aware of their specific relations to a certain heritage site. We can learn that interpretations are most significant for people if they activate basic human values that are important to these people. And we should very carefully consider which values we strengthen and which values we weaken when we present interpretive narratives. And making a difference on purpose means then becoming aware of which basic human values and priorities underpin the social cultural values of different and relevant heritage communities, being aware of which social cultural values empower conflicts and polarization in communities, societies, and humanities, or in the world, as Neil Silverman said, and by checking the drafts of our presentations, what we might inadvertently strengthen or weaken. And we can use these instruments then also to find opportunities for lifelong learning in heritage and through interpreting it that can facilitate lifelong learning and personal development by deliberately challenging problematic value priorities and oversimplifications like cliches, and by empowering people to reflect upon the past for the broader and deeper understanding of the present and for a mindful future of societies and humanity that is united in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lex. Patrick Lenz. For the value-based approach has been well known in the heritage context, and also in a wider context, value-based approach by Interpret Europe will give us some more expanded ideas on setting out our new principles. Thank you very much again. Our next speaker is Mr. Thur Lennox from National Association for Interpretation in US. He is a representative of the US-based National Association for the Interpretation, which is called NAI, and he is a former NAI national and regional board member and one of 5 lead trainers for their certification program. He is also coordinator of the Global Alliance for Heritage Interpretation, an informal group representing 8 professional heritage interpretation groups around the world. He's going to talk us about the NAI's new approach that implements JEDI principles by providing professional development and member support in an increasingly diverse interpretive world. Please give a big welcome to Mr. Lennox, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sujang gave a little bit of, I'm in a different kind of situation because I don't fit in a neat box. I have worked in the past for the National Park Service in the United States. I've also managed a park system and also the interpretation in a park system, and also worked at a municipal zoo. But mostly in the last 20 years, I've been a consultant, primarily working with clients around planning issues, around professional development, and also evaluation. And then I'm representing NAI here as a volunteer, so I'm not a staff person, but I do have a background and a history with them. And I'll be talking a little bit more about the Global Alliance. Just an introduction to NAI. This is a group that really is charged with gaining professional development for our members. So we don't manage anyone in particular. We can't tell members what to do, but we provide opportunities to grow as professionals. So just to give you a sense, we're 5,400 members, including a fair amount of international members, gentlemen who I've known for quite a few years through NAI from Korea have met me here today, so we have connections around the world that way. We were formed in 1988 by a combination of 2 different groups, one on the west coast of the United States, one on the east coast. And our membership is varied. It used to be our roots were with the federal government employees, but federal government's funding of those positions have shrunk. So really we have expanded to include state, regional, and local employers, but also tribal and indigenous tribe nations are also sending folks to our events and then also becoming members, as well as museum and heritage sites and nonprofit employers. Increasingly, we're reaching out to tour groups and tourism in general. In many cases, tour guides do not realize they do interpretation, and we have several members who are really anxious to get that industry connected with us. And then we also have a very robust commercial membership in the sense of companies that provide services to interpreters and to interpretive sites. We also have a certification program. It's growing, it's probably the most popular. It's also a major source of income for a group like this. And then we also have people who are certified in their professional standards. For instance, there are certified interpretive trainers and planners. I thought I'd go through this just real briefly in terms of our process of changing the definition. Initially, this was really an impetus to change a lot of things in the organization. This definition had been with us for quite a while, a lot of survey, a lot of talk, and there was a fair amount of members that were itching to change it. And it really was influenced heavily by the National Park Service in the United States, and we were growing beyond that process. So in an interesting, this is the current definition, and in this process, we went through a lot of work over and over and over again, consulting with membership, consulting with management, consulting outside the organization, as well as with the government agencies and the like. And this went through a process, what's called the Delta model, which was actually led by several professors that are members of the association, and worked our way up over a couple of years to come up with this definition of interpretation. This also then prompted us to begin to look more carefully at, I should say, emphasize just a summary of terms of how that definition works. The first part of it is what we do, a purposeful approach to communication, how we do it, and you can see that, and then why we do it. And this was felt much more of an inclusive definition that could be used broader in the membership itself. This process actually also started to push the organization to begin to figure out who are we. And in doing that, developing a series of core values. The key to a big part of this is that interpretation in a company or in an agency has to provide value to management. They have to see a result from that. So a big part of that is how can interpretation be a management tool? How can it help accomplish goals and the like? We also began to consider professional development as a concept much broader than training. A lot of companies jokingly refer to the term that training is for animals, professional development is for people. And it just gives a broader kind of concept in terms of how we change and grow as professionals. Of course, valuing biological and cultural diversity, promoting stewardship of resources, and then that connection between emotional and intellectual connections. In the past, so much of interpretation was facts and figures and numbers, but today we have to really connect both with our visitors that way. And then, of course, being an association, we are a business in effect, so we do have to have responsible business management and ways of being relevant and making money at the same time. One of the things that occurred to membership is the fact that younger members, and we were pushed by younger members as an association, to begin to address bigger issues in the culture. Now, I have to preface this by saying this is the US. I'm not applying this model elsewhere in the world because it's just a different time period for us as a country. And there's a set of principles that we are using now to go forth in terms of the whole organization, including the professional development, programming, what we offer as an association to support all members, although younger members kind of pushed us more on this. So JEDI is an acronym standing for justice, which removes barriers, equity, taking action to address any disadvantages or advantages, diversity, presence and recognition of differences. One of the things we began to see over time when we really looked at the association is it really wasn't reflecting the diversity of society, of American society, and we needed to take a closer look at that. Accessibility, and I mean broad definition accessibility. There's a classic little situation in our conferences, for instance, and I'm sure we've all faced that before, where somebody will be handed a microphone to use in a room. Oh, can everybody hear me? Oh, I won't use the microphone, and they put that down. But research really shows a lot of people in the audience will not say something like that. And I'm really sensitive to that because I have hearing aids, and I'm not going to raise my hand. So it's training people to take a look at providing full accessibility, including languages. And so really thinking about that as an association itself. We will now take a look at sites, and are they wheelchair accessible? Do they have the proper equipment and materials that we need to fully be accessible to our membership itself? And ensuring inclusion in terms of the differences between people and their sites. A lot of times what will happen in situations is that we have such a diversity of locations that how do you get everybody on the same page? Well, part of that is beginning to have more and more conversations with everyone in terms of what are your needs, what's management's needs, and how can NAI help to support you in making that change. One of the things that we started to do, thinking about, so those came into effect as an organization. So what? What are we going to do about that? The latest strategic plan, which I was part of a member as a volunteer with, was to put JEDI into principles, and then from principles into actually actions, a list of tasks that we were going to do. And with JEDI, it's taking a look at conferences and events and promotion. Interestingly enough, in the United States, we have some real challenges geographically in terms of the differences of how people view JEDI. And at a recent conference, in a part of the United States, it's much more conservative than the other parts. This issue came up from some of our members saying this state and the state values that were stated by the governor of that state don't reflect us as an organization. And yet we had a conference planned there already. We had deposits, we had reservations. We kept the conference going. we issued a statement. The governor of that statement went up to the governor of that state, and members within that state who were state employees could not come to the conference. And we just took that as growth. We just had to do that. We had to continue to do that. So even to that level of paying attention to that, those principles and how they get put into place. In the United States, this may sound strange, but in the United States, there's such an emphasis on one language that we really needed to take a look because Hispanic populations in the country are very large. Spanish in certain parts of the country is almost a majority language. We had to begin to look as an association of, are we serving the needs of all members? The bottom photograph there is an image of our magazine as an association, the very first all-Spanish magazine, which may seem like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. But for us as an organization, it really is. And there will be an effort, I hope, this was an experiment, to show that we can actually reach out and provide services in another language. Americans are not that aware of the world in many cases and are not that aware of languages, even though you can go in many different communities and hear different languages. So this was a really big effort on our part, and I hope it'll pay off. And then, as I mentioned, accessibility, including online training, for instance, closed captioning. So often we have ignored that until somebody actually needs it, and if it's not available. We're also trying to look at translation online, and that is expensive, and how can we do that? How can we provide that for professional development? COVID really pushed us as an association to do more online work, which it has for everyone. And so consequently, we are really paying attention to that accessibility online, which is a factor sometimes. And then, as I say, professional development. In this case, we haven't done this yet, but we're experimenting and talking to a lot of people is how can we have a certificate, so in other words, a course that someone would go through to understand Jedi and Jedi principles and how that might apply to me as an employee. And then, how do I make that case to management where I work? And that's a really big struggle because if there's a generational difference, sometimes there's a value difference, and it's really hard to be a younger new employee and really gung-ho about a particular thing you want to do and be quashed because you aren't able to get your point across to management. So why are we doing this? Well, if you take a look at the very bottom line, now these are age classes. So on the far left-hand side, 0 to 4, the far right-hand side, 75 and above. This is the United States population right now. And, 2020. If you look at the last 3 bars on the right, that's 55 to 75 plus. The blue represents Caucasians or whites. If you look at the first 3, 0 to 24, that blue bar changes dramatically. Over the next few years, we will be shifting pretty quickly. By 2050, we will be a minority-majority population in the United States. In other words, the majority of the people in the United States will not be white and Caucasian. So it's something we really need to look at as a culture if we're going to grow into the future and pay attention to these kinds of issues. Age. Many of our members joined when they were young professionals. They are now retirement age or have retired. And we needed to attract a new audience to an association. And we needed to be relevant to them and give them tools that they could use in their job and make it valuable. That also has to do with cost. For instance, what's the cost of a membership? What services are provided? And thinking about all those different factors. So a few younger members actually came to the board and said, let's put together a Young Professionals Council. And I looked at this the other day and I realized, this isn't exactly our Younger Professionals Council. This is just a photograph from the web. But one of the thoughts in my mind was, this would be wonderful if this really was, in the next few years, our Young Professionals Council, to really represent the diversity as well as different age classes. And what's really nice in having that kind of a group is being able to go to them with certain issues or ideas and saying, how does this impact you? How can we make this accessible for you? Because that is way a profession continues growing, is bringing in new people. And for a variety of reasons, a lot of times salaries and cost of living in certain parts of the United States is a factor that people don't go into this profession. And yet they're passionate about it. And how can we change that as an association? How can we help them understand the challenges of the profession, but then support them in making those changes? The other factor why we're doing this too is in the United States, increasingly stories that have always been there, but we haven't told them. And this is just an example. The National Trust for Historic Preservation is a nonprofit that owns properties around the country. In particular, this site itself, and that is a slave cabin. It's a cabin lived in by enslaved people. This is Monticello. Monticello was the estate of one of our founding presidents many, many years ago. And he was a slaveholder. And at the same token, these are difficult stories. He also had children with slaves that was never acknowledged. Highly controversial. Many people said that didn't happen. Well, now with genetic testing, it is. You can confirm that. And consequently, what was fascinating with this site is the public began to ask questions, and then younger staff began to ask questions. Why aren't we telling this story? We need to tell this story. We need to come forth. And they really pushed management to begin to do that, to increasingly tell these stories to the point where now it's actually part of a program. As you arrive, you can have these choices. There's also information on the web. And it is a difficult story. It's very hard because it changes your people's perception of our history and of our presidents and the like. But these are important things to do, and you can't just all of a sudden start telling them. You have to provide professional development to staff. How do they answer questions? What about hostile questions? What about hostile people? What do we do in these certain circumstances? And you have to spend time doing that. And consequently, we as a professional association can provide help in conjunction with the employer for these employees to deal with these kinds of issues. Another factor is not telling stories that have always been there, but they've been buried. In the Western United States, the Chinese immigrants who came built most of the railroads in the United States. When you look at railroads, they were the major driver of economic development and settlement. They're a major, if we didn't have railroads, we wouldn't be the nation we are today. And most Americans have no idea that the Chinese immigrants built those railroads. They did a lot of mining. So increasingly sites are telling stories, finding out these events that happen. This particular example is Oregon State Parks. I live in Washington State. It's a far upper left-hand corner. The state right below that is Oregon. This was discovered in an abandoned ghost town. Now this has been cleaned up dramatically here, but this was an apothecary, a place where herbs were sold. And it was this incredible discovery that was here. And in many cases, what they wanted to do is take all of that out and put it into a museum, totally out of context. What eventually over time happened is employees encouraged the state to keep that in place, and then also connected with the Chinese community. How should we tell this story? How would you tell that story? And now there is a program, you can see the logo there, the Oregon Chinese Diaspora Project, where in many cases, once a project was done, the Chinese were run out of town. The railroad was complete, they had to go elsewhere. Something else was complete, they had to go elsewhere. Mining, for instance. And so consequently, those stories are now being told in certain locations, but how do we assist interpreters to tell those stories? This particular is quite interesting, because this has only happened in the last year. The National Park Service manages Bent's Old Fort National Historic Site. This was a location of most of the stories being told in this location were of a very revered gentleman who had various stories told that might not have been accurate. But he was an explorer. He was that rough and tumble, out in the frontier kind of person. And consequently, the stories that were told through living history, costumed interpreters like this gentleman here, were of this particular person, and not all the stories were documented or had been accurate. So the National Park Service brought in they transferred a new manager of the site itself, and he stubbed a few toes, probably didn't do it delicately, but basically said, we're not going to do that anymore. And all heck broke loose. Volunteers who'd been doing these for years were really upset. And he probably could have handled it a little bit better. The media picked up on it. Then all of a sudden, regionally, and then all of a sudden, nationally, it was the story. And it seemed like it was this flip-flop, very quick. It really wasn't. He didn't intend it to be, I should say. And consequently, if you're an interpreter, if you're the employee, now these would be volunteers that had a big concern with this. If you're an employee, how do you address that? How do you handle that? What do you do? What guidance can we be given? Now, obviously, in this situation, the agency should be given guidance, but as a professional association, we also should be supporting employees who are in these kinds of circumstances. And this is going to be increasingly common, I think, in the United States. So we need to think about this as a professional association, and what can we do? How can we provide help and assistance if you're going through these circumstances? And even for managers of these sites, I would think it'd be wonderful for them to come to NAI and say, hey, can you help us figure this out? And these are the kinds of issues that we're facing and we'll be facing more and more as time goes on. The other aspect of that NAI has been involved is supporting international efforts. I'll talk about the Global Alliance here in a second. But one thing I wanted to talk more about, and this somewhat breaks my heart, but I was very active in working with Russians. And I haven't been able to since the invasion of Ukraine. That is off the table. I haven't seen these people in many years. But if the infrastructure of NIA had not been there, we could not have made these connections with Russians. We had them come to the United States to go through certified guide training, and eventually we began to offer a program, and this was in Siberia, around Lake Baikal. And they just jumped on interpretation. They loved the concept. They shifted gears. They brought in people. This was all a volunteer effort, combining a university, tour guides in a city, volunteers around 3 different locations around the lake. And then word got out in the country. And they were doing training from the Russian Far East to Moscow. And not that NAI provided any kind of financial support, but if we hadn't had the infrastructure of the coursework that we had, if we hadn't had other kinds of things available, materials, course materials, they would take our materials that were in English and translate them into Russian. They wouldn't have been able to do this. And as you can see, we attended Interpret Europe conference, and what's really hard is I don't know how these people are doing. But that's a factor that NAI has been involved with, is supporting international efforts. On a more positive note, conversations occurred many years ago at various conferences around the world, small conferences with Interpret Europe, NAI's international conferences about, we should start talking to each other. And if there's one thing that came from COVID, it was the fact that we were all a little bit more comfortable using technology and talking virtually so that we can begin to communicate as a group. And we have representatives, these are 8 groups, we were 7, we have had an 8th group join us. Interpreter Interpat MX, which is Mexico, just had their very first conference Thursday and Friday last week. Association for Heritage Interpretation in Great Britain, Interpretation Canada, Interpretation Australia, Interpretive Network of New Zealand. And Interpretive Guides Association is a professional certifying group in the Canadian Rockies, although they also offer programs internationally and around the world, so they fit in closely with us. And basically, I'm a volunteer with it. We have no staff. We have lots of cooperation. NAI has been helping to coordinate kind of the behind-the-scenes details, especially in our webinar series. And soon we will have Interpret Europe with their new resources from a grant take that over. And it's a very exciting opportunity for us to be able to talk to each other, connect with each other, and actually become friends, even though we're in different continents around the world. I think there's a lot of potential for this organization. We're taking baby steps in getting to know each other. And if you haven't watched a webinar, I'd encourage you to do that. There's another factor there in terms of translation. We'd love to be able to have live translation. Interpat MX offers Spanish when we do our webinars. But the nice thing about the webinars is they're done from the field with field people to field people. So it's a very practical exchange of concepts and ideas that way. And at the same token, in terms of interpreters and their support, we also want to ensure that the interpretive community in our association is inclusive. So in this case, supporting interpreters with physical disabilities on their job and those kinds of issues, how can we support them and ensure that we have an association that stands up for them and provides them support. I love this quote in the sense that interpretation is a seed, not a tree. So I'd encourage us all to plant more seeds while we're here together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chuck. He gave us a very recent approach. I mean, that probably would be a kind of lifelong experience that they already took in for many years. But Jedi principle are quite enlightening points that probably quite similarities between that I introduced at the beginning on our principle that we would like to take in. So we probably will continue our discussions how we can actually integrate those aspects into our new principles. Thank you very much again. Our final speaker of this session 2 will be Ms. Haifa Abdulhaim from Jordan. And she is the former IUCN regional coordinator for World Heritage for Arab States. And now she has have her own consulting practice at the moment. She would like to speak us about the reality and limitation of heritage interpretation and presentation in local region. Please give her a big support to her presentation and to the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So, first I would like to give a brief introduction about the Arab region. Arab region is like, it's expanded actually over 18 countries. And if we go to Arab League, it's 22 countries with different dialects, different languages, with very rich history. Arab region, it's also a cradle of monastic religion. It's also cradle of civilization. So it has a very rich heritage that like it can expand at minimum 12,000 years and even more. So based on that, we have these different type of heritage, and it's like from like pyramids of Egypt up to religious places like Mecca, baptism site, even prehistory site, Neolithic, Paleolithic, etc. In addition, it's also arid and semi-arid region, which also have this unique of interaction between human and their environment with a very harsh environment, limited natural resources. So this civilization has been evolved in such harsh environment. So we have also cultural sensitivities, we have different layered or multi-layered of history that also sometimes we can see that it's different narrative for the same site, different stories for several sites, so all these connected. We also have this very deep-rooted local traditions, and this is one of the also issues that because we undermined our natural heritage, we don't really understand the natural heritage, we undermine the production of cultural heritage and how those people been able to be very resilient to their harsh environment. One of the issues also I'm gonna focus this time about is colonization era, that most of these sites being excavated, being studied, and most of the studies happened during the colonization era. So most of these narratives is influenced by, let's say, like colonization narrative. So the challenges in our sites, first we need to understand there is a new modern techniques happening and we need to follow the new technologies. So it's not easy also sometimes to just implement a new technology. Because of the cultural sensitivities, these things need to be also considered in a very sensitive way. So as I said, also colonization or colonial area influenced the narratives as it's still shaping how we perceive our heritage because it's like doesn't came from like local understanding of sites, our own understanding of our culture. There are a lot of stories that transferred over years through generations that give a proper interpretation for these sites. Also, some of the places like have cultural sensitivities. Some of the topics, although it's truth and it's fact, they don't want to highlight, they don't want to share it. These things also need to be respected. For example, some of the places were under slavery, and those people, they don't want to mention it. They just want to forget about it. So we also need to respect these. Even if it's fact, we need to respect their willing not to share such facts. we need to engage. Most of the site is actually prepared, the interpretation prepared for tourists, not for locals. And that's why when you go to the statistics of visitors for these sites, you rarely find like a big chunk of locals visiting these sites. And that's why, maybe because first the interpretation is mainly focused and oriented for tourism, for international, not for the local, so they feel disconnected from these sites. So as I mentioned earlier, most of these excavations and documentation for these sites, especially those iconic sites, it's actually happened during colonization period, and these were actually also being interpreted and given the significance based on those expert point of view. So sometimes local people or local experts, they don't really feel this heritage belong to them. They just feel it's like just a period of heritage, period of time that this is archaeological remain, but doesn't really mean that it belongs to them. And they don't feel the connection. This is the issue. And we need to give also more deeper understanding. And this is also sometimes we have some stories that it's there, but it's not connected to the site. It's just a story. But the site is there. For example, in Quran, there is a verse says, Iram Dat al-Imad, which is a place that called Iram, that it's actually the building, and it's never been created something similar in all over the world. We never think about it. It's actually in Jordan. It's in Wadi Rum. The site is called Iram. In the old languages, never been connected or think about it, because people think this is not their job to connect these things. This is expert job. And mostly international experts come with their own understanding, they are not exposed to these Arabic manuscripts, these Arabic documents, and that's why it's ignored. And it's also, I need to tell you about something. Arabic have at least 12 million words. Each word have a specific name, specific understanding, specific interpretation. And sometimes translating from, let's say, English or French into Arabic, it's actually simplified and doesn't give the content. And I would believe that it's maybe much better to do it vice versa, from the Arabic to other languages, because Arabic is actually more rich in some wording. For example, lions, we have 40 names for lion, specific, based on the color, the location, the size, the age, etc. So sometimes the language, the local language, would give the, let's say, flesh and meat of these narratives. Because of sometimes we oversimplified historical significance, as I said, because it was not really looked into this deeper. We don't really look into how people been able to live in such harsh environment, very limited resources, very limited water. They develop these sophisticated systems to thrive. And if we talk, let's say, Petra in the middle of a very arid area, they were able to develop one of the most sophisticated water systems. If you go to Petra, they will look into Nabatean, how they carve the monuments on stone, on rock, but they never, they highlighted, but briefly and shyly, they never put this into the main thing about Nabatean. They were smart, they developed culture into our civilization in a very hard environment. They harvest water, they develop culture, and there are some of these agricultural landscape still working until now. We are talking about around 3,000 years of system still working. But if you go to the local community and ask them, said, this is the canal since Nabatean. But the archaeological expert doesn't really look into this. And it's actually outside the archaeological site. It's beside it. But it's actually, they use the same Nabatean system until now. So we need also to talk further. So we need to be brave enough, and I think as an Arab expert, we need to be brave enough and to start look again into our narratives. And this is maybe not easy to to stand against whatever, like for over 40 years or 50 years of a narrative, and now we have a new narrative, and this is a new challenge. You need these champions. We need champions who took over and lead this a new reinterpretation of these sites and look, again, in addition, including local knowledge as a part of these narratives. So, as I said, sometimes like modern technologies, for example, if we talk about some epics, we need to be very careful that some of these are not going to be discussed as we want because there is cultural sensitivity. And like whoever develop narratives or interpretation for these technologies need to consider that if it doesn't fit the local sensitivities, they might be against it and they might fight it. And could be raised up to the conflict, and it happened in some places. And one of the sites, it has a very important religious has a value, and actually it's from different region, in different religion, and people were asking me, are we allowed to visit this place? Because they believe it belonged to the other people, not to them. And of course, I'm going there every time. It's fine, you can go. Sometimes it's also, we need to involve them in these and feel part of this. And it's not like isolating them. We need, as I said, we need to be very careful about offending local communities. We need also, even if it's fact, we need to be very careful about that. We need to, within all these things, we need to think about maintaining authenticity. How we maintain authenticity and not to over-exploit modern technology. Sometimes we put too much like technology in a way that we lose the spirit and the significance of the site. It's also, as I mentioned, the multilingual issue. We have an issue with that. Like Arabic is very, very rich, and we have travelers, like Arab travelers wrote their books in Arabic. It's very rich text, and we can use it for interpreting our site. But unfortunately, that it's sometimes hard to translate from Arabic to English or to French or to other languages because Arabic is a very, very rich language, and we have some specific terms for specific uses. And this is, in addition, that standard Arabic, it's somehow different than the local dialect. It's not different that much, but if the person is not educated, they wouldn't really understand everything. And we use standard Arabic so everybody who speaks Arabic can understand. So these are also some of the challenges. In addition, in the Arab region, we have ethnic languages. Some of them are not written even. So it's also another level of complication. How we can also, we need to think again to restoring these local languages, how we can use them, how we can maybe use the local dialects. For example, Egyptian is a very unique and distinctive dialect, is well known. There is also North African dialects. Some of the, even we are Arab, some people, they don't understand these dialects. So also these are one of the challenges. As I said, we have a very complex and multi-layered history. We have, like, as I said, it's a cradle of civilizations, Mesopotamia, we have Egyptian, we have Persian, we have Roman, all these like over different layers. We have also, and then we have Muslim also, Muslim Islamic civilization, it's which over 1,400 years. So it's very complex. And all these things need to be written in a way or narrated in a way that can everybody accepted and could be also like represented very well. One of the issues also that whenever the colonization, like colonial narrative is actually somehow minimized the local knowledge or local narrative of some stories. And you can go to some places, the local people, they give these places interest or significance different than how we as an expert, we provide. Which actually, most of our expertise is actually, this narrative from experts actually came from like before us, like some of them like 40 years ago, like developed 40 years ago. And we need to revisit that. And we need also not to revisit that as a heritage expert, like culture expert, but sometimes as a nature, also we need to visit these cultural places. 2 weeks ago, I was in Egypt, and we were visiting a place in Egypt, and there is a drawing about an antelope, and they were telling me this is actually in a hieroglyphic, it's called mahaj. The antelope is actually the oryx, and it's called al-maha in Arabic, the same species. And it's like, it just needed one person like me to visit and bit familiar with biodiversity to give them this and like interpretation. So also like different expertise. So we need also, as I said, effort. We need heroes and champions to lead this new, developing new narratives and relook into our site and understand it differently and promote local interest in it. So religious sites actually are the most complicated thing. Most of the experts, they studied the religious site, they look them from archaeological point of view only. For us, as a people who is like believer, it's completely different spiritual journey. When I look to this picture, it's the baptism site. For me, it's where Jesus been baptized. It have something spiritual is very important for me. And I go and I imagine him when he was with John the Baptist and he was teaching him all these things. It's a spiritual journey. It's more than only, this is the church, this is like the building. When I went to the Nativity Church in Bethlehem, the whole spiritual experience was also different. So these things need to be presented in the interpretation, not only as a remain. The spirit of sight is very important. So in addition, sometimes we need also to see how local receive these things, these religious places, because also they have their own understanding. There is a place, where Prophet Aaron in Petra, he has a shrine on the top of the mountain. And people used to go up there every year to celebrate the autumn, waiting for the winter, for spring, the rain. And they have celebration up there. Unfortunately, because of the new changes and the understanding of some things and new influences, this gets stopped because someone told them you are not allowed to do so. Like it's not okay to do it. So we need to understand, before we propose new thoughts and new understanding of things, we need also to understand why they used to do that. For them, it's just to go and pray for God up there in the mountain, ask for water, ask for rain. So all these things need to be understood. So unfortunately, heritage in our region, it has political value, not only historical value or local value. And the narrative is very important for us. And we need then to try to balance between different narratives to not create more conflict or more issues. But this is one of the inconvenient truths for our region. And this need to be tackled, and it's one of the major issues we need to look at. The government, sometimes, they overcome some of the interpretation in purpose for several reasons, maybe because they don't want to give some values more importance or more significance or less significance and all these things. So as I said, politics, not politics as a global, but even national politics like agendas and all these things, development agendas, sometimes affect also how we provide the narrative of these places. And I just mentioned that the new technologies need to respect these things, and we need to see how we can use it to properly reinterpret or provide a proper narrative that satisfy most of people. We cannot please everybody. We need to be also truth to ourselves. We need also, unfortunately, our site is mainly targeting international visitors over local, and this need to be considered. We need to see how we can balance between different content, different narratives, and not to oversimplify values. Because sometimes we look at them, but we don't really look behind. Like we just look to the wherever it's available in front of us. We need to look further below and dig deeper. Environmental challenges. Interpretation, we have harsh environment. So sometimes you cannot take tourists or visitors or wherever or whoever is visiting the place into these extreme heat, sunny places where actually they cannot stay like for 10 minutes outside. It's too hot for them. So we need to find solutions for that. In addition, that it might impact the presentation, duration, and quality, like the quality of these products. When we cannot use new technologies outside, it will get damaged because of the heat, for example. We need also to start more and more growing more sustainable tourism practices to help better environmental experience. One of the issues that even if we want to go for new narratives, we need to think about that legislations that developed like during colonization era, even if it get updated, still have these concepts. For example, heritage as a concept for us, it's not the same concept in Arabic. It's completely different things. So some of the even terminologies does not exist in Arabic, or we have it, but not the same way we present it. So, and the law doesn't recognize these things. So this is one of the issues that also language barrier, or these laws, when get developed, did not consider, and it was translated from English to Arabic or French to Arabic, and then even if it get updated, we still does not recognize many of these heritage types or categories we have. It's also we need to have this what called enabling legal environment to redo everything, to see how we can consider these new narratives, how we can protect these new narratives. So legal is part of also of these things, how we recognize heritage, to interpret heritage. So conclusion that we need to find a way in our region how we can overcome all these challenges, especially political challenges and like legal challenges, to have a new way of presenting our own heritage, how we want to share our heritage. We need also to see how we can overcome these like influence of colonization era. We respect that it's part of our heritage, but in the same time, we want to see how we can present our own heritage in our own understanding, and balancing between modern and approaches and keeping authenticity of this site. Sorry. We need to be inclusive. Some of the sites are not inclusive, can talk about part of the history and part of the narrative and ignore part of the narrative. But at the same time, we need to be respectful, and we need to have a way or platform to discuss these challenges. This is also an issue. We need a platform to discuss these challenges. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haifa Abdulhaim. Yes, we do need to understand what is different context in a different region so that our new principle can integrate and tackling those kind of issues as a kind of overarching principles to help you for better interpretations. This is all about the session 2. We did have already about the lessons from the previous experience and the current different context as well. We will have a 10 minutes break until 2:30 so that we can come back by 2:30 for the session 3. Thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you. Today we started with the keynote speech by Professor David Ujjal as a kind of starting point, which is very fundamental approach that he gave us. And then we talked about in session 1 about the challenges that we face at the moment and the need of the new principles that we are working on at the moment. In just previous session, in session 2, we learned a different perspective from different regions as well as practical interpreters, so that based on their experience, they gave us some ideas and thoughts on their experience. And this session, we have 4 speakers to talk about what kind of context that we would like to include in our new principle, and what is the key messages that we would like to include in WIPIC's principle in future. So our first speaker is Mr. John Jameson, who is the former Vice President of e-commerce ICIP, and he is retired from the U.S. National Park Service. And he is a former vice president and founding member of the International Committee on Interpretation and Presentation. He's going to deliver us about the importance of community engagement and stakeholder communication as key factors in heritage interpretation and presentation. Please give him a warm welcome to the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to express my thanks to the Center, the Interpreter Center, and WIPIC, and Suzong Lee for inviting me to speak today. I'm a trained archaeologist, and most of my career was in the National Park Service. But when I got to the service, I kind of looked around and said, what's the most important thing that's going on in this agency? It's not digging up artifacts. It's not counting artifacts. It's the stories behind the artifacts. And that's where I got interested in interpretation. So I ended up being one of the few archaeologists who was a trained interpreter, but also I was the only archaeologist who was a curriculum coordinator certifier. So I really became part of the interpretation culture in the National Park Service. And I think a lot of the concepts that we're talking about, meaning making, the basic idea has been around a while. In other words, for example, in the National Park Service, we talked about giving audiences opportunities to make their own emotional, intellectual connections and meanings. So that's a different way of expressing it. But I think the difference is that we're applying that concept to modern conditions and realities. And that's important that we have that basic idea within our principles. Well, I was asked to talk about community engagement and stakeholders. And stakeholders being a term, it's used in the financial industry. It basically means the people who are affected by projects and by the interpretation. The community engagement is important and should be one of the key messages in our interpretation principles. Communication, experience, participation, and meaningful dialogues among stakeholders are key elements in the meaning-making process of heritage interpretation. The process of meaning-making, central to the principle of heritage interpretation, involves transforming cultural artifacts, practices, and narratives into comprehensible and relevant insights for contemporary society. Community engagement has emerged as a vital component of this process and underscoring the necessity of incorporating perspectives and values of local populations. I will explore how and why community engagement is essential to the interpretation process. Our Article 5 of our new guidelines addresses the principle of community engagement and collaboration. This article stresses that the relationship between resource professionals and other stakeholders should be considered and made explicit in the interpretive programs, irrespective of whether the objective is solely to raise awareness of the general public about the significance of the resource or to actively involve it in such programs. It stresses that appropriate levels of engagement with the voices of local communities, indigenous peoples, and other relevant stakeholders in the interpretation and management of heritage sites should be clearly defined. To minimize conflicts or claims, the power of decision-making or interpretive content selection, whether by heritage professionals, stakeholders, and their representatives, should be carefully negotiated at the beginning of the program planning process. We have defined heritage interpretation as a meaning-making process through communication and participation and experience. We underscore that people, and especially the community of stakeholders, take center stage to all efforts of cultural heritage interpretation and presentation. Both meaning-making and communication, participation, experience are products of a people's interactions, i.e. the involvement of communities, stakeholders, rights holders, and others affected by the enterprise. Respect for diversity is a cornerstone of the community engagement and paramount to consider in our principles. Community and people-specific people-specific approach should be deeply connected to ethical messages and aspects of interpretation that cross-cut all expressions of our new principles that we're developing. By community engagement, so community engagement is a key concept to our principles, but how we integrate it into our principles is an important theme. I don't have time to go into real details on these factors. Among the major factors that why community engagement plays a key role in several realms of people's interactions, but basically involves questions of authenticity and representation, enhanced relevance and relatability, empowerment and ownership, and identification and respect for values of stakeholders. So let's get to I think the essence of what I'm trying to get across which is to talk about the varieties of stakeholders. The community of stakeholders includes individuals, groups, and organizations variously defined who have a stake in the meaning-making process and who are involved in or affected by it. The planning and interpretation of cultural heritage sites involves a complex interplay of diverse stakeholders, each with unique interests, expertise, and perspectives. These stakeholders range from a wide variety of local communities and indigenous groups, but also include professional experts and government agencies. Understanding the nature and varieties of these stakeholders is crucial to developing inclusive, accurate, and effective public interpretations of heritage sites. Of course, the first and probably the most important category are, and we've talked about a lot of this today, local communities. They're often the primary stakeholders in cultural heritage site planning, given their historical and cultural connections to the site. Their involvement is essential in ensuring that interpretations reflect local values, traditions, and historical experiences. I'll give an example from the Southeast U.S., and there are many, many, many examples I could talk about, but one that you may not heard of as much is the development in the Southeast U.S. of the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. So local African American communities played a pivotal role in shaping the interpretation that highlight their unique cultural heritage and historical experiences. Local communities provide valuable insights into their intangible aspects of heritage, such as oral histories and traditional practices. The Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor and the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission established to oversee it were designated by an act of Congress in 2006. The corridor was created to call attention to the historic and cultural contributions of the Gullah Geechee people. The Gullah Geechee are the descendants of West and Central Africans who were enslaved and brought to the lower Atlantic states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida to work on the coastal rice, sea island, cotton, and indigo plantations. Because their enslavement was in isolated coastal plantations, they were isolated, and they retained many of their indigenous African traditions. So these traditions are reflected in their art and foodways, arts and crafts, spiritual traditions. They're also created a whole new language, Gullah, a Creole language spoken nowhere else in the world. So this is a multi-year project, the Gullah Geechee Corridor. But I think one of the more outstanding examples of local communities having an influence and sort of demanding that their voices be heard. Another pretty well-known example for local communities' involvement is at the Bruna Boyne World Heritage Site in Ireland. This is where megalithic tombs are Ireland's oldest structures and provide tangible links to the island's Neolithic ancestors. Together, these have the largest assemblies of megalithic art in Europe, and the associated archaeological culture is called the Boyne culture. And some of the sites you may have heard of are Newgrange, Knowth, Douth, and all within the UNESCO World Heritage Property. One fairly unique thing they do there, and that is a picture of a passage tomb at the winter solstice. So when the sun comes up in the winter solstice, the mound is positioned and this passage tomb is positioned where a beam of light streams right down it and illuminates an inner chamber. And if you saw the scale I showed the scale of these monuments is incredible, that they built this and were able to keep the alignment steady. But in terms of local communities, what they've decided to do, which is extremely popular, is have a raffle for people at the winter solstice to stand in the inner chamber. And if the gods are speaking correctly and everything works and it's not cloudy, you get to see this experience. And only 20 people can fit in this chamber. So you can imagine the competition and the value that it has, but it generates a lot of publicity. In addition to a state-of-the-art visitor center, this is a very popular technique of community engagement. Also, at that site, that World Heritage Site, a county-level public interpretation network has developed by the Boyne Valley Consultation Group and was formed to give all stakeholders a full insight into the management of the site. Now, they have complications there, like at Stonehenge with the Druids and other people who claim heritage here, so it can get pretty complex. Okay, the next major category of stakeholders is indigenous groups. I mentioned an example from Grand Canyon National Park, where our new principles recognize indigenous peoples as stakeholders and rights holders in the identification, nomination, management, and protection of the processes of World Heritage properties, as well as the presentation of heritage as a human rights approach. Indigenous groups are key stakeholders in that they hold cultural and spiritual significance. Their perspectives are crucial to ensuring their interpretations respect and accurately respect their traditions and historical narratives, and they often advocate for interpretations that honor their cultural heritage and address historical injustices. Their input helps to develop respectful and culturally sensitive narratives that acknowledge their ongoing connection to the land and heritage. I once gave I did a lot of cross-training between archaeologists and interpreters in the Park Service, and we had a class at Grand Canyon, and we went out of our way to invite them to perform a panel of Native American representatives, and I think they very much appreciated it and added a lot to the content of our class. So the third category that we were talking about is building our academic research and experts. Let me go back to, how do you go back on this? Right here, okay. Just get back to our list of academic and research experts. Now I won't say too much about this. We've talked about this a lot, that the academic and research experts, including the historians, archaeologists, and so forth. But their expertise is vital to the ensuring that interpretations are based on rigorous research, evidence, and are accurate. They play a key role in developing educational materials and interpretive strategies that enhance our understanding. Government and regulatory bodies are the next category of stakeholders involved in the planning and management of cultural heritage sites. Now, we also talked a lot today about the authorized heritage discourse. And between these two groups, the academics and the experts and the government regulatory agencies, they mostly form or start to promulgate these policies and guidelines and, in some cases, rules at specific sites about how to tell the story. We're learning, and I don't think that we can avoid having some form of authorized heritage discourse, because organizations, even like this one, are going to be coming out with guidelines that can be accused of being this kind of formal statement about what should be going on. But as long as we keep in mind that we have to constantly stir in the local input and make sure that we're not going off in one unreasonable tangent or another, I think is the main point here. We haven't talked too much about tourism. I think we talked a little bit about heritage tourism. In some parts of the world, it keeps interpretation alive. And in many parts of the world, they often collaborate with heritage site managers to develop visitor experiences that are both engaging and profitable. But while their primary focus is on economic benefits, responsible tourism, stakeholders can also contribute to sustainable practices and support for conservation. So they're stakeholders in a commercial way, but they can have a lot of influence on what is saved and what's conserved. And the last category, non-government organizations, NGOs, advocacy groups, play a vital role in advocating for the protection and interpretation of cultural heritage sites. These organizations often focus on issues related to heritage interpretation, community rights, and ethical practices. For example, the Global Heritage Fund works to promote endangered cultural sites and promotes community-based heritage and management practices. But again, NGOs we can have hundreds and probably thousands of lists of these that affect cultural heritage interpretation. Okay, I want to talk about What are some of the major reasons why stakeholder perspectives and involvement are crucial? Well, one might be to enhance accuracy and authenticity. Heritage studies are increasingly engaged in publicly interactive research and programs that are a collaboration between archaeologists and other heritage professionals are needed. With globalization, forces created a need for contextualizing knowledge in order to address complex issues and collaboration across and beyond academic disciplines. A second major reason would be to foster inclusivity and representation. Incorporating stakeholder input helps to address historical biases and ensuring diverse perspectives are represented. Cultural heritage sites often have multiple layers of meaning for diverse groups, so an inclusive approach ensures that these varied viewpoints are acknowledged. Close consultation and stakeholder engagement leads to more comprehensive and representation in the portrayals of a given ethnic group. The third factor would be to build community engagement, support, and cohesiveness. When stakeholders are involved in the interpretation process, they're more likely to feel a sense of ownership and pride in the heritage site. Their involvement fosters a deeper connection between the community and the site, which can lead to increased public support and active participation in conservation efforts. For instance, there's a site, for example, that shows when stakeholders are involved in the interpretation process, they're more likely to feel a sense of ownership. The community-led interpretive programs at the Slave Trade Museum in Liverpool, England, have successfully engaged local residents and descendants of enslaved people, creating a more meaningful and supportive relationship. The fourth factor that we talked about is to encourage collaboration and research. So the attainment of effective and sustainable outcomes is unlikely if heritage professionals plan inventions without consulting stakeholder groups, and I think we've talked about that a lot today. Community engagement in heritage practice involves ongoing consultation and support to develop the community's confidence, skills, and resources to identify, prioritize, organize, and collectively solve heritage issues. The fifth one, and probably the most important one, is to promote ethical stewardship. Ethical stewardship of cultural heritage requires sensitivity to the values and concerns of all stakeholders. By involving diverse groups, managers can address potential conflicts and ensure that interpretations respects the cultural and emotional significance of the site to diverse groups. I'm not sure this is quite a good example, but like in the case of the Elgin marbles, which are the collection of ancient Greek sculptures from the Parthenon and other structures from the Acropolis of Athens that were removed from Ottoman Greece and shipped to Britain by agents by the Earl of Elgin in the early 20th century, are now in the British Museum in London. These actions spurred still ongoing debates between the British Museum and the Greek authorities and illustrate the importance of negotiating with all stakeholders to find ethical solutions that honor cultural heritage by addressing historical grievances. So again, to emphasize that stakeholder engagement can take various forms. Different approaches will be needed by different individuals and groups, but techniques that provide ethical stewardship and provide people with a more active role as opposed to a passive provision of information should be promoted. In conclusion, we can say that community engagement is a fundamental aspect of our meaning-making process in cultural heritage interpretation. Interpreting community engagement into the principles and practices of heritage interpretation requires, integrating their input requires inclusive planning, collaborative research, educational program, and ongoing feedback. Through these categories, heritage organizations can create more meaningful and impactful interpretations. The incorporation of stakeholder input into the public interpretation of sites is not merely a procedural step, but a vital practice that enriches the interpretation process. By ensuring accuracy, inclusivity, community engagement, and ethical stewardship, as well as collaborative innovation, stakeholder involvement helps by creating interpretations that are both meaningful and what we might call values loaded and respectful. As the fields of heritage and management and interpretation continue to evolve, ongoing dialogue with stakeholders will remain crucial to preserving and communicating our collective cultural legacy. It is essential to hear the voices of stakeholders beyond experts within the framework of any officially produced authorization. Okay, I had one more slide, but we'll take it. All right. So, by valuing diverse narratives, we're not only preserve cultural heritage more effectively, but also foster a sense of belonging and identity among the stakeholders involved. As the discourse surrounding heritage continues to evolve, it is important that we prioritize inclusivity and equity to ensure that heritage interpretation practices are reflective of the communities they represent. Thank you. I apologize for my hoarse voice.
Thank you very much. We could hear you clearly, so thank you very much for your thoughtful ideas on the community engagement. Please give him a warm support again for his presentation. Our second speaker of this session 3 is Professor Mario Santana Quintero from Carleton University. He is the professor at the Faculty of Engineering and Design at Carleton University, and formerly he was a Secretary General of ICOMOS, and now he is one of the honorary president of ICOMOS Scientific Committee on Heritage Documentation, which is called SIPA. He would like to speak about the digital transformation in conservation, interpretation, and presentation, emerging paradigms, challenges, and opportunities. Please give him a warm support to the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for that very, very nice introduction of my profile. I mean, besides my affiliation with Carleton University as a professor and SIPA and ICOMOS, I have been in the family of WIPIC since the very beginning, and I really feel very privileged to be able to be with you again in Seoul and, share and be challenged by many of my colleagues. And I feel kind of shy because, after hearing people with a lot of experience in interpretation and presentation of sites, I feel that I am a kind of a newcomer to this field. Although I have been working with technology for a long time and also working in different fields, specifically, in training and consultancy and informing the process of conservation of sites using digital technologies. So as I was preparing my presentation, I realized that we are engaging with technology as we speak. And I would imagine that you have been using your smartphone for your work, right? Yes? No? And specifically, you have shared those images on social media. Probably you have shared those with your family. You have used Google Drive. You have used the internet. You have published maybe an article. You have made a blog, etc. And all this data has become then available to the digital world. And I will be showing you a couple of examples towards the end of my presentation on how your data is actually being used to define, to generate content. No? And this is a new aspect that we, that is coming to the stage rather quickly, and we have to take a stock on it. If we are not able to produce information that can be used by others to understand aspects, then why are we doing all this work? And I mean, the digital space specifically has become, a kind of place and platform to exchange this type of information. But when we look at heritage, obviously, we have a number of increasing threats, and we are responding or adapting, or we are doing nothing, right? And I think that Haifa was actually mentioning of some of the challenges in the Arab region that I really feel very, very familiar with. How can we, with all the increasing threats and everything, how can we produce maybe some presentation arguments to, kind of counteract these issues that are threatening our heritage. So today, in my short speech of 22 minutes, because I'm looking at the clock and I will meet my time, I will be talking about the role of digital technologies in heritage places. And I will talk about transformation, but I don't think that I really like that word. I will mention some opportunities and challenges, and then some ideas of the way forward. But I want to ask for your patience, because this is an ongoing work. And obviously, as we speak, technology also changes us. So if we look at the role of digital technologies in heritage places, we have different things. I mostly navigate a lot the use of digital technologies for adaptation, risk preparedness, monitoring, simulation of sites, and also archiving. But I have been, my relationship with WIPIC has, challenged me to also work on the fields of digital technologies for preservation, even though in our Carleton Immersive Media Lab at Carleton University, we work a lot on digital storytelling. How can we, curate that message using digital technologies to engage with people? So, digital assets for cultural heritage. Nowadays, we have very sophisticated devices and that are portable, robust, and complementary, and we can collect data. We can collect graphic and geometric data of sites, but we can also collect other aspects of sound, smell, conditions, etc. And we haven't really fully utilized these type of capacities in the field of digital, digital use of tools for interpretation and presentation. And we can produce records which are kind of very accurately graphic, colorful, and then we can prepare, presentations which are engaging, immersive, and also providing new opportunities. This is actually from my visit to last year here in Korea, where we looked at some of the immersive technologies that have been developed throughout the country. And I was very interested in looking at some of the examples of using mixed reality or interactive displays or kiosks to provide assistance and accessibility to different groups of people coming to museums. So if you have the opportunity, I will ask you to visit the National Museum of Korea, where these technologies have been deployed. Also, we have this new presence of digital twins, where we are trying to go forward, not only with the static representation of a digital model of a site, but actually a digital model that connects to the physical world, and they are interchangeable. One example of digital twins, because people are using this terminology a lot, is that digital twins allow to connect between the physical and the digital. And one example, a very simple example, is the use of apps to control the temperature in your houses, where you have an app and you change the temperature, and the temperature is changed automatically in the room, or you go to the device and you change the thermostat and you change it by yourself manually, and that changes also digitally. And then if you are sensorized, you can evaluate how that particular room has been heated throughout a year, and you can see where you can save some money, or maybe where you need to decrease your temperatures, etc. So this is a very simple example of how digital twins are actually changing the way that we behave and interact with places. And we are actually thinking of how in World Heritage this could work. Can we have some kind of digital twins in a specific task that can develop and change the way that we interact with places? And obviously, technologies are accessible, but there are also issues such as the access to technology, the cost and the investment to utilize this technology effectively, and the technological barriers. I'll give you one example of one of the projects that we have been working in Ukraine, and this is the San Sofia complex. You see, this is the reality of the site, and then this is the digital representation of the site. When we were conducting this work, we realized that the site custodian is not fully capable of using this type of technologies to be able to present or to maintain their site. So why are we producing this type of records in the first place if the persons that actually care for the site are not able to use it? And then technologies, there's an increased pace of innovation. There is issues of longevity of these devices, fragmentation. Haifa was talking about the Arab states. I happen to have been involved in one project where we have identified that 98% of the digital assets of the Arab states region are outside the region. So this is a big issue about how we're sharing that information, in particular in heritage. And then the posterity, the provenance, and the last point that I will be talking in my presentation is a little bit about automatization. But data is also redundant. There is a lot of repetition. There is no baseline for information. Here I have 3 examples of Petra in Jordan. And you can see there are 3 different models from the 3 different projects presenting information about the site, but one haven't been linked to the other. Then also issues about data management, storage of big assets, ownership of digital data and how is that transferred, the security to access that data, because we cannot give our data away of places which are very vulnerable to looting or vulnerable to other aspects of conflicts. And then the ethics, and I will be mentioning a little bit about ethics later on. So, but as I said, with these challenges, also big opportunities are to the table. I have been working in the Dive into Heritage project with UNESCO, and in this project we have been collaborating with different partners around the Arab region and elsewhere to develop a 3-dimensional experience of World Heritage Sites. And that has been possible through the use of very simple technologies like Zoom and other technologies to exchange information. And then when we talk about public engagement, I was listening to my colleagues, sometimes if we use technology, somehow we can reduce the pressure on particular aspects of the site where we can replace some of the information by digital visits. Digital platforms can actually maybe help to increase the collaboration and engagement with heritage communities if we have specific ways of collecting input from people. We can create interactive storytelling experiences where we can depict different aspects and contradictory narrative about the sites. We can do, obviously, social media campaigns, collaborative conservation on sites where people can actually express their opinion as we develop scenarios of how sites can be conserved. And then digital exhibits and workshops where we exchange, now, for instance, in this workshop, we also have a heavy digital presence where people don't need to be personally present here in Seoul, and they can follow our work remotely. And also, technologies can offer to a certain extent some levels of sustainability. Again, the same thing I was mentioning, the reduction of the physical impact, as we don't need to have a lot of pressure on the site. Energy and resource efficiency, if we are connected. I was talking about the example of the digital twins, enhanced monitoring and maintenance of sites, virtual access and education. Chuck was talking about, how can we increase, the accessibility to sites. Sometimes we can replace several of the experiences using digital technologies that can be helpful. And then more in my fields, adaptive reuse and resilience building, and inclusivity and ethical considerations that are really important in heritage. So some of the way forward for interpretation and presentation, we can see generative AI for heritage interpretation and presentation practice. And I will give you 2 examples in just a second. AI-driven predictive models, blockchain for provenance in digital assets from heritage places. Some years ago, we were discussing that if we use blockchains, for instance, to categorize digital products, these products can be preserved in the digital spheres with correct copyright. And then global collaboration, as I have been mentioning before, and then sustainability and environmentally friendly digital tools. I was just thinking about the changes of the WIPIC forum. You know, nowadays we are downloading, you know, the PDF of the proceedings. Before these were very heavy books that we had to bring home. So we are, you know, using technologies also in a friendly way, but obviously there are other issues about accessibility. If people are actually accessible to read a PDF, you know, if you don't have Adobe Acrobat nowadays, you cannot access very easily PDFs because you have to pay a subscription, right? Okay, so I give you just an example. This was a test I run a few days ago, and I just typed, you know, I went to ChatGPT and I said, can you draft the principles for interpretation and presentation, you know, of heritage places? And that was a very naive example, but I was very surprised to find, and you can have access to this presentation, or you can do it by yourself if you go to ChatGPT, and you will see that many of the aspects that we discussed over the days were actually mentioned by this, you know, issue. Now, I wonder if any of you knows where ChatGPT gets this data from. Yes, it's crowdsourcing, you know, from all the internet. More obviously from data sets which are open. You know, proprietary data sets in journals might be more difficult to search by ChatGPT, but still there is a lot of data that is produced by the model to understand and then to generate new content. And that's the point that I want to make, how to generate more content. And then I know my colleagues tomorrow are going to be talking about you know, attributes. So I also ask, you know, can I upload a photograph of a World Heritage Site? This is the Minaret Jam. I worked there in the early 2000s. And I just uploaded one of my images of the Minaret Jam. And I said, can you give me the attributes of the Minaret Jam? Can you identify the site? And can you give me the attributes of this site? And can you talk about the outstanding universal values of the site? And yeah, something came out of it. Maybe not completely correct. I don't know exactly where the data came. I went afterwards to the World Heritage website of UNESCO, and I found a lot of the common things that ChatGPT had identified. So my point is that we cannot remain, you know, to neglect that the technology is going to advance. But how can we develop tools, besides the principles that we are discussing, but how can we develop initiative in which we are also feeding to these generative AI models, learning models, information that is actually important for us? And how can we utilize these tools also in our daily work of identification of attributes or the interpretation or the presentation? I have a colleague that has been using ChatGPT to understand the decay in stone materials, in historic stone masonry. And what he has done, he has fed the model with information from the ICOMOS glossary on stone deterioration. And actually the outcome of this AI tool has been quite impressive. I mean, we are in the early starts, but what happened, I mean, last year we were not talking about this type of technology, and today you can see it everywhere. So, I mean, here you can see all the different aspects that ChatGPT was able to produce out of the, you know, standing universal value and attributes. So, to basically conclude in few slides, it's really important that we have some guidance and obligations. These are the FAIR principles and CARE principles for indigenous data governance. And here we see keywords that are really important in heritage and the use of digital data worldwide, but in particular for us in heritage, you know, we need to create data that is findable, accessible, that can be used interoperable, that can be reused, but we also need to be mindful that there should be a collective benefit in the use of this digital data, that there should be a kind of accessibility or control of the authority how to access it, that we do it responsible, and that we have an ethical framework. So to kind of conclude with my aspects, I think that we need to take a stock on the open access data used by generative AI tools. We need to record intangible dimensions of sites also. Computer-based visualizations should not govern on the World Heritage. The World Heritage should govern somehow in the computer-based visualizations. We should promote responsible use of technologies in our field, respect communities, ensure that we have qualified work. I don't want to say expert work, but qualified work, because I think that we have been talking a lot about authority to write the message. And sometimes I realize that people, we need to talk about qualities of skills of qualified work, rather than to say, this is an expert and he has a right to write an interpretative experience for visitors. I would say that we have to think about those skills that make that person of doing quality work. And that should be also really important, because anyone can do presentation and use of technology, but we need to have qualified work on doing that. And also raise awareness of the prevailing need to make concerted efforts worldwide in the growing field of technology for heritage, because it's happening and we cannot neglect it. So there are a lot of emerging paradigms and opportunities, so I call to actions of the digital tools to enhance, the heritage conservation, the presentation, and so on. But before I go, and I saw Dr. Lee already looking at me, is that next year we are going to have our Heritage Documentation Symposia here in Seoul, and I invite you to either attend or submit. We will have obviously an interpretation and presentation session on the conference, and there will be a lot of technology being presented in different aspects of the conservation, presentation, etc. of heritage. So with this, I conclude between my time. I think that I'm fine. So thank you so much, and looking forward to our discussions after the panel.
Thank you very much, Professor Santana Quintero. As we keep talking about the ethical aspects of the new principles, and especially in the new context, and specifically in digital era that we have to deal with, and we are facing into the new experience in a different way of sharing ideas, and also encourage people to have the better experience in heritage sites. And probably in next year, the CIPA discussions, we will talk about again about the ethical aspects, so that we can further enrich our ideas into the principles. Our third speaker is from WIPIC, our center, Mr. Namun Kim, who is the program specialist of our research office at the moment. And he is also the responsible program specialist of this research project at the moment. He graduated at Brandenburg University in studying the World Heritage Studies in Germany. And after his degree, he joined our center from the preparatory office. So he's one of our assets to lead our current research on principles at the moment. Mr. Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the generous introduction of me. Hello, I'm Namun Kim, program specialist from UNESCO WIPIC. I'm currently working on the development of the new WIPIC principles for heritage interpretation and presentation. And we had many presentations today, and we are almost getting to the end of the first day. So before I start my short presentation, I would like to start by thanking the people staying with us offline and online, because sharing with and listening to as many people as possible is real matter to working on these new principles, and again matter to all of us here who can be called heritage community, more specifically in the field of interpretation and presentation. So my presentation is composed of two. First, I will give you the glimpse of the context and flow of this project this year, following the past research outcomes that my colleague, Mrs. Sojong Kang, did over the past 2 years. And as Dr. Soo-Jung Lee already made a concrete introduction in the beginning, I will just briefly talk you through on that. And more importantly, I will share the key message that came out of the working group discussions on the development of the new principles this year. The conceptual foundation is based on the new WIPIC definition of heritage interpretation as a meaning-making process through communication, experience, and participation, drafted 2 years ago in 2022, and also presentation as interpretation delivery for enhancing experience, raising awareness and understanding, and inspiring engagement with heritage, drafted last year in 2023. There are quite some of principles that have been formulated and used regionally and nationally. What we can acknowledge as the main milestones for heritage interpretation and presentation internationally are, in my view, are the two. Freeman-Tilden's 6 principles of interpretation in 1957 and the e-commerce NMA Charter in 2008. There is a half-century gap between them, and where the world changed a lot, as Professor Neil Silverman said in the morning, that even context of heritage and society have changed greatly since then. I'm not going to repeat and go into details, as already mentioned before me, but the definition change, which really reflects the way we do and see heritage. So the new concept and practice have to be considered, and by doing so, hopefully, we respond to the newly emerging issues that the world faces in common. The work of WIPIC, developing the new principles, starts in collaboration with the major representatives of international interpretation communities, such as e-commerce ICIP, Interpret Europe, and USA National Association of Interpretation. As implied in the new definitions made by WIPIC, there is a changing paradigm of heritage interpretation from educational activity to meaning-making process. If you look at Freeman-Tilden's 6 principles and the 7 principles of NMA Charter, the definitions of interpretation in both start with an educational activity, which is clearly different from meaning-making process. Interpretation as an education gives understanding of values, which expects appreciation of heritage by people. So you communicate heritage to people to educate them. On the other hand, meaning-making process is, as it sounds, creating values which anyone can do if capable, want to, and need to. People have their own value in heritage that comes with responsibilities. So in this case, heritage should be communicated and shared with each other, who makes meanings of heritage, which should have justification and validity in certain standard. Nevertheless, I'm not saying that education activity and meaning-making process are two separate concepts having nothing to do with each other, but they need each other to be the interpretation that we need today as a conceptual background of the developing the principles. WIPIC formulated the working group. Most of them are all here, representing different international heritage interpretation communities and academics who participated in the former working group for the new WIPIC definition of interpretation and presentation. This clearly has a limit of representation in terms of regions and genders and you name it. But once we have the draft principles, it will be followed by wider consultation that brings more feedback, diverse ideas, and opinions from different parts of the world and the practitioners. This year, through 5 online meetings and 2 days of roundtable discussion in person before we arrived in Seoul, the day before yesterday, we have come to 8 principles. First, diversity and dignity. Second, broader stories and accuracy. Third, accessibility. Fourth, inclusive engagement and involvement. Fifth, inspire reflection and connection. Sixth, sustainability. 7, facilitate lifelong learning. 8, monitoring and continuous evaluations. We still have a lot of work to complete and confirm the draft through further examination and discussion to make sure its applicability as universal as possible. However, I can still say that what these principles ask all of us, that is, interpretation and presentation have to meet international values and ethical conditions to accommodate the nature of meaning-making process, together with the diversity, open access for experience, sharing diverse connections that people have with heritage through communication, and inclusive participation of heritage community in the process. At the end of the day, with this principle, I hope that it directs us toward the points and realization that heritage contribute to the betterment of the world and as an ambition. Heritage interpretation cannot be always good and beneficial for the person and between people and societies in a relativistic sense. I believe interpretation based on a thorough ethical consideration will prevent the other side of the coin that it may have, and then we can lead to the democratization of heritage practice and use in a sustainable way that balance how heritage may impact to different people and society. In particular, given that the scope of this principle is heritage that covers not just world heritage, but also other ones that we interpret and value as heritage beyond the mere utility and legislations, the draft principles must keep its relevance to different realities and contexts at different levels by being continuously open to feedbacks and views that we may not see at the moment. Again, the new definition and new principles are about new ways that we see and do heritage as both meaning makers and meaning takers. The participatory way has to bring different impacts responding to changing issues and agendas relevant to them. And eventually, the new paradigm of heritage interpretation as a meaning-making process is about the futures that we would like to create with heritage, that we put meaning and value, therefore we conserve in the present. You may be disappointed because the new principles are not for making the practice easier and simpler, but rather make you think more and see more to interpret and present heritage. Nevertheless, I hope this message in the new principles is still relevant to you. And as a part of heritage community, and WIPIC is looking forward to listening to opinions and comments in following years for those that it matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very short presentation. I think he has reduced some time because we are a little bit behind. But the thing is that this is a kind of key messages that we have been working on for the last 6 months, and day and night. Most of the time that Namung has been working during a very late night to gather everyone in a different time zone, and I'm sure that he has a lot of efforts to integrate all the different perspectives and ideas for the last 6 months. And please give him a big warm welcome to his efforts. Our last speaker is Professor Tullio Scovati from Italy, and he is going to give us more homework to develop our principle, which is not done yet, but to develop into the International Charter. He taught international law in the University of Parma, Genoa, Milan, and Milan Bicocca in Italy. He is a legal expert. He attended international negotiations and meetings on law of the sea, environmental law, cultural law, and human rights. He's going to talk about from principle to international charter so that he can give us a glimpse of idea that whether our principle can actually develop into the international charter in future. Professor Scovati, the floor is yours, and please give him a very warm welcome to the floor.
First of all, I wish to thank all the people working with WIPIC for the invitation it's a great honor and pleasure to be here. Being a seasoned individual, it is the 6th time I am here in Korea, and I have always appreciated the warm hospitality and the impeccable organization of all Korean meetings. So my task here is to speak on the subject from principles to an international charter. I feel somehow as a stranger in a group of distinguished experts in heritage studies. Because I am a lawyer, I am supposed to be an international lawyer. I attended the negotiations within UNESCO for the drafting of international instruments. And I understand that my task here is not interpretation, because I take the ideas which have been elaborated by the real experts, but it is a task of presentation. My task is to try to translate the ideas in the language of an international legal instrument. The legal instrument has some characteristics, some aspects. For example, ideas are divided into articles, and every article is divided into paragraphs. Every concept should be put in one single paragraph. Repetitions should be avoided, while references from one paragraph to another are admissible. There should be a clear distinction between rules and exceptions. Repetitions of the same concept should be avoided, and synonyms are prohibited in legal style. And where a list is not intended to be exhaustive, there should be some indications. For example, the Latin expression inter alia, that means among other. Sentences with question marks or exclamation marks are prohibited. So there are certain characteristics of typical legal languages. And our charter is intended to be a declaration. We have two kinds of international legal instruments. First, we have treaties. Treaties are legally binding instruments. They provide for rights and obligations which apply in the relationship between parties, between states which have accepted the treaty. And treaties are directed at states. And then we have the second category of non-binding instruments. They are called in different ways. For example, declarations, guidelines. They are political instruments. They are not intended to create binding obligation. They can be directed not only at states, but also at other entities, for example, associations or individuals. And our would be an instrument belonging to the second category of declaration. It will not be a strictly binding instrument. So it will not have certain technicalities, for example, conditions for entering into force, admissibility of reservations, possibility of denunciation. So it will be a simpler instrument. Nevertheless, I would say that already in certain treaties which have been adopted in recent times, there are some ideas which can be useful also for our exercise. And I gave two examples. First, the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. There is a provision where we have guiding principles, and two of them are relevant for us. The principle of equal dignity and respect for all cultures. The protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expression presuppose the recognition of equal dignity and the respect for all cultures, including the cultures of persons belonging to minorities and indigenous people. So all cultures have to be put on the same level with the due respect for every culture. No culture has priority over another culture. Then we have another principle, the principle of complementarity of economic and cultural aspects of development. Since culture is one of the mainsprings of development, the cultural aspects of development are as important as its economic aspects. So, culture is a component of sustainable development, and cultural aspects should be taken in due consideration when adopting any plans for economic development. And the second treatise, which is today in force, which has a relevance for us, is the Council of Europe Framework Convention on the value of cultural heritage, which has already been mentioned by Patrick Lenes. Here we have a reference, precise reference to interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage in three provisions of the Convention. In Article 5, paragraph B, we have the undertaking of the parties to enhance the value of the cultural heritage through its identification, study, interpretation, protection, conservation, and presentation. So here, interpretation and presentation are considered together with other elements as a component of the concept of valorization. It's a French expression, mise en valeur. It means to attribute the value to culture. Then we have in Article 7, paragraph A, the undertaking of the parties to encourage reflection on the ethics and methods of presentation of the cultural heritage, as well as respect for diversity of interpretation. Here we have an invitation to promote dialogue in providing interpretations and presentations of the cultural heritage. And there is a sentence in the explanatory report for the convention which is particularly important. It says, Europe's history is scarred by conflicts caused of or exacerbated by misrepresentations of the values, beliefs, and practices of different communities. So here the correct interpretation and presentation of the heritage is a way to promote peace and cooperation among countries. As regards the characteristic of a typical hortatory legal instruments. First of all, we have a title and the name of the entity promoting the adoption of the instrument could be mentioned in the title. So it could be WIPIC Charter on Heritage Interpretation and Presentation. Then we have a preamble. And the preamble recalls the previous relevant instruments. Here we could mention a number of international treaties, for example, the UNESCO Constitution, the Convention on the Promotion of Diversity of Cultural Expressions, and also non-binding instruments could be mentioned, but for example, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights or the ICOMOS Charter for the interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage sites. So the mention should be made to instruments which are a source of inspiration for our text. Then the preamble should clarify the objectives that inspire the instrument. For example, to ground interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage on ethical foundation. That is one of the main reasons for our new charter. Then the preamble should state the reasons why the instrument has been elaborated. And here we should face a problem given by the fact that in 2008, ICOMOS already adopted a charter on interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage. Here, in a short sentence in the preamble, we should explain why there is a need to adopt a subsequent instrument which is not intended to change the previous instruments, but is only intended to propose a number of specifications or additions to the previous instrument in order to meet new circumstances and needs. And we should mention what are the new circumstances. For example, the effect of climate change, the aim of recalling the need of sustainable development, or the desire to better involve local or indigenous communities in heritage presentation and interpretation. Then we have the substantive part of the instrument. In the substantive part, we have some general provisions. For example, a provision on definitions which are used in the instrument. Here we already have the definitions of heritage interpretation and heritage presentation, which have been given by the recent work within WIPIC. They have already been mentioned. Then, in my view, we could take some definitions from other instruments in drafting legal instruments. Copying is admissible. There is no copyright on legal provisions. So if we can find that a provision in another instrument is useful also for our purposes, we can take the provision and include it in our instrument, mutatis mutandis, with the necessary changes. So in my view, it is possible to take from the Council of Europe Convention on the value of cultural heritage, the definitions of cultural heritage and the definition of heritage community. And then we should decide what other definitions could be useful in our instrument. For example, the definition of stakeholder. But I would recommend not to insist with a high number of definitions, because in certain cases, when you have adopted an instrument after you realize that the definition is too narrow for the purposes of the instrument, or the definition is too broad for the purposes of the instrument. In the digest of the Roman Emperor Justinian, it is written somewhere, every definition is dangerous in a legal text. So my recommendation is not to exaggerate in the definition. Normally, you provide a definitions for the terms which could be understood in two different meanings, and you want to choose one special meaning. Then we should have a provision on the scope of the instrument, and in this provision you should recall to what kind of heritage the instrument applies. I understand that our instruments should be applicable to both the cultural and the natural heritage, and it is implied that it is applicable also to underwater cultural heritage. There is a special UNESCO convention also for the protection of underwater cultural heritage, but it is not intended to apply to intangible cultural heritage, heritage which is not represented by a property, which cannot be delimited into the border of line on a map, but heritage which is due to a practice that certain groups put in effect. So it should be said within the provision on the scope of the instrument that intangible cultural heritage is covered by the instrument only in so far as it is linked with the tangible cultural heritage. And then it could be specified in the provision on the scope of the instrument to whom, what are the communities to whom the instrument is directed. So in particular, the community connected with the heritage, the community of practitioners, then the community of researchers and experts, then the community of visitors and tourists, and so on. Then we have the substantive part of the instrument, where we have the enunciation of the identified principles, and Professor Silberman in his intervention already gave a list of the principles. In the drafting of the principles, we should be as clear as possible. Sometimes in drafting legal texts, we resort to so-called constructive ambiguities. When the different parties are not able to reach an agreement, where there is a strong conflict of positions, then some ambiguous provisions are drafted in order to satisfy somehow all positions and to be able to conclude and to sign the instruments. I would not recommend this practice here, because our intention is to have a declaratory instrument that can be used by everybody without any ambiguities inside. So possible contradictions between single principles, because in certain cases also one principle can be in conflict with another principle, should either be avoided or clarified by giving priority to one principle over the other principles. Then we could have some final provisions. For example, provisions about to whom the charter is directed, to whom the charter should be transmitted for endorsement or approval, ICOMOS for example. And then we could have guidelines on how to implement the principles. We could have a part on strategies in order to involve all the stakeholders in the implementation of the principle, and we could have indicators on how to monitor the implementation of the principle. A useful appendix could be some example of instances of good practices. For example, WIPIC could be charged for indicating what good examples of interpretation and presentation of heritage can be found, and could be charged to periodically update such appendix. Finally, as I notice that I have almost exhausted my time, I should present two reflections that I made when I was involved in this exercise. First, I understood that I was accustomed to give, as a lawyer, a meaning to the word interpretation different from the meaning that here is used. In my view, interpretation was to choose from a written text the meaning that shall prevail over the other meaning. So it is a legal exercise in order to choose, when there is an ambiguity, one meaning and to disregard the other meanings. A successful interpretation has the result of reaching only one meaning. But here you have a different understanding of the word interpretation. Here, interpretation does not start from a written text, but starts from the heritage. And you try to understand the meaning which comes from the heritage, and if there are two different meanings, you transmit both of them, all the different meaning, in an ethical and respectful perspective. Not to reach one choice, but to present in the right way different choices. And then I realized that I was already involved in questions of interpretation and presentation of the heritage, even if I did not recognize it. For example, I remember once when discussing the inclusion of an Italian element in the World Intangible Heritage List. It was the puppet theater, which is typical of a region of Italy, Sicily, and it is an element which comes from the Middle Age, from the time of the Crusades, from the time of conflicts and fights in the basin of the Mediterranean between Christian peoples and Muslim peoples. And I was asked a question from a delegate of an Arab countries. Can you explain me why in your theater the bad character, the people who cheat and finally are defeated, is performed by the Muslim part, and the good character, those who are honest and finally triumph over the other party, is performed by the Muslim character. And the question that was asked to me is, how can this promote due respect between different cultures, which is one of the main objectives of the convention. And this was a very difficult question, and I now realize that it was a question on interpretation and presentation of the heritage. In fact, in the past, we had conflicts, we had wars, we had violations of human rights, we had massacres, we had disregards for traditions and human rights, and all this is reflected in the heritage. What is important is how the heritage is presented today. We cannot take it away from the heritage of the past. It would be to change the nature of the heritage. What is important is how you today present it, which words that express respect for all cultures of the world. You should explain that bad characters, that those who cheat are represented in an equal way, both among the Christian and the Muslim communities, even if the heritage coming from the past reflect a certain perception of the situation which existed in past time. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Scopati. Please give him another warm applause to him, please, to end our presentation. On Monday and Tuesday, all the speakers came down to Sejong in our office, and they joined with us on the final round table because to conclude our online sessions for the last 6 months. Especially Professor Scopati, he couldn't come for that round table sessions on Monday and Tuesday, but he joined online on Monday night and Tuesday night, very early in the morning. And then on Wednesday yesterday, that he traveled from Milan to Korea to participate and to present on his presence today. So we really appreciate that his presence today to give us the final speech on our sessions. Now, 4:05, so we would like to have a short break before our final discussions. So we will come back by 4:15 so that we can do our final discussions. Thank you very much again to share with us. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back. We have 60 minutes of final discussions on the principles and also some further plans for the International Charter, which is going to be chaired by Professor Jae-Hyun Choi at Konkuk University on the World Heritage Studies. At the same time, he is the president of ICOMOS Korea at the moment. And also he has been a leading scholar to introduce interpretation and presentation very actively into Korea and also other Asian countries. So he's going to chair our discussions, and also he would like to take some of the questions from the floor as well. The floor is yours, Professor Choi.
Thank you, Sujong. It's my honor today to be your chair for this wonderful discussion session. I'm just sitting all day around here and just watching over all of the sessions, and I quite feel so wonderful because this is quite well organized, the international conference, starting from the philosophical background about what is the meaning of the how to making the value, and also the meaning making processes in relation to these WIPIC principles. And also we discussed about a lot of the different values in relation to the heritage interpretation and presentation. And we can take cover a lot of case studies from Arab world to the English, America, and so many quite insightful presentation have happened here. And also finally, we ending up to the how to making international charters from these WPIC principles. So actually, I think that we already have quite a short 3 different questions to each of our speakers. The 3 questions, including the how the new WPIC principle should be consistent with and differentiated from existing principles for heritage interpretation and presentation. The second question is how can we effectively collect feedback from diverse heritage communities in terms of the scope and method? And the third question is what are the things that have to be considered for the new principles to be developed into an international charter for world heritage interpretation and presentation? And then we have a quite limited time span, so just 1 hour discussion session. So this is the way I like to proceed for this discussion session. Each speakers have 5 minutes each. So you can take any questions out of the 3 questions and give us a short your answers for the questions you select. So it means that except for me, we have 8 speakers here, so we're going to take 40 minutes. And then rest of the last time, I like to asking the audiences to raise up hand and just identify yourself and asking us question. But that flow of question should designate the person you asking your question. Okay? This is the way I'm going to proceed this discussion session. And the order to speak is starting from like that. I like to, please allow me to speak your first name, okay? To speak just starting from the David, Professor Uller. And then next to one is Patrick, then Chuck, then Haipa, okay? Then I like to turn the John James, yes, you, and then Mario, then Tulio, and the final our speaker, the Namu, you are the last one. Okay, this is the order. Okay, let's start from the Professor Wuzer, David. Now floor is yours. Give us a 5-minute short speech.
Sorry, what is the...
Okay, just for the, yeah.
I think 2 things crossed my mind today, just listening to the presentations, the really interesting presentations, which I greatly appreciated. And as in my paper, I don't have answers, I have questions, which I'm going to throw out to you in a sense. I mean, one of the things that really did strike me today is we're talking about a global phenomenon when we're talking about heritage. Most of my work is in the area of climate change. And then in that, people often differentiate between the local and the global. But that's a misnomer, because in climate change, there is no local, there is no global. It's all global. And there is a sense in which heritage is exactly the same. The heritage belongs to everybody. But in some senses, it's slightly, if it's possible, to be even slightly more complicated with heritage, in as much that you have, if you like, a local ownership and a global appreciation and a global awareness and different interpretations of what that heritage might be and what it might mean, which might conflict with local understandings. And I sometimes think that that's really quite an issue, quite a difficult issue to deal with. So that global-local issue, I think, is one thing. The other thing that struck me is that, and it relates, I suppose, to thinking first about Freeman Tilden's work, who I love dearly. I think he was a major contribution, very inspiring. I know he's seen as old hat, as we would say, in some areas, you know, written 70 years ago. But I think a lot of his stuff is really still quite inspiring. And I think we need to have that inspiration. We need to have definitions and procedures and so on that are as inspiring. But more than that, I think one of the things that's come to mind in terms of the way we've been talking about heritage interpretation today is that we're talking about things like ethics, justice, participation. We're talking about bigger issues. We're talking about respect. We're talking about ways of living. We're talking about living a good life. We're talking about issues which are much greater, in a sense, than the heritage alone, but heritage is a contributor to that. And so I think that we have to remember that when we, in terms of how we express these new principles, because these principles, I think in many ways are relevant not just to heritage, but they're relevant to civilization, if you like. It's perhaps putting it a little pompously, but it's relevant to the ways we live and the ways we ought to be living. So that's just two comments off the top of my head.
Thank you very much for your comment. Probably the Sujong and all VP members record all of these comments and reflecting your final result. Okay, our next speaker, I'd like to invite Patrick. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. So thank you very much. I just want to take this on, that interpretation, that heritage is relevant for humanity and interpretation as a mental activity. The skills and dealing with interpretation in a good way is relevant for the future of humanity, I think. So this puts us really into a different role than being the last ones, as it was in the old paradigm, who were telling the stories that the experts found relevant from their backgrounds to, and that's the other problem, maybe a general public, because a general public doesn't exist. And that's maybe an answer to the first question, that what differentiates us, or what is similar. There was already a certain understanding in the INAME Charter and in the Faro Convention that something like heritage communities exist and that they should be involved in the interpretation, in the creation of interpretations and of presentations. The new thing will probably be that we also think about the visitors to a site, who may be those who come from the next street, but are not really in this, in a certain heritage community because they feel not attached to this site, and including also tourists from far away places. But they come in their diversity, and it's our task to facilitate meaning-making processes for them as they seek meaning from the past in their own cultures and in other cultures. That provides orientation for them in today's work and what is desirable and not so desirable for the future. So for the second question, how can we effectively collect feedback from different heritage communities in terms of scope and method of a charter or the principles? I think I would not talk about heritage communities here, because heritage communities are defined in relation to specific heritage sites. Then you can find out which heritage communities have which relationship to a specific site. But what is meant here maybe, and what we might analyze first, but I can't do that now quickly, and that's something for VPIC to do, that there are different positions in different heritage discourses in the world, about the role and responsibility of heritage interpretation and presentation, the role of heritage itself towards people, societies, and humanity. And there might be, it might be good to try to involve those different positions, to analyze them first, and then try to involve representatives of such different positions. And the third question, the way how to proceed to an international charter, is just a question that popped into my mind, that whether, so we had a discussion previously, a private one, from those come from the practical side, that a legal text is nothing but practitioners who work on the ground find particularly interesting. This legal language is putting off people who practice interpretation, many, not all, but many. A way to approach this could be to think about which practical problems in terms of these principles would need new approaches or amended, further developed approaches. And from that, what are the policy frameworks that hinder practitioners or help them to implement such change or further developments of their methods and approaches? And from that understanding, to condense this and translate this into a legal language for a charter that really can make an impact on the ground. Because many charters are just for the authorized heritage discourse people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't have to repeat all of his main point, because we have quite good interpreters backside and speaking the beautiful Korean, and then also you understand most of the things going on. So I like to save time. And then next to our speaker, I like to invite the Chuck. Is your turn? Yeah, 5 minutes, please.
In looking at all three of these questions, my overall theme is who is the audience, and ensuring that whoever we are focusing on will use these principles, will first understand these principles, use these principles and put them into practice, because otherwise it's for naught. I mean, because I'm from the practical side of things, so often we all know these documents get created sometimes, they're in a PDF or a book form, they're on a shelf someplace and nobody knows they exist. So overall, I would kind of take that as a concept for all three of these. With the very first question, I think putting the principles side by side and ensuring the new principles that are there address issues that we've all begun to identify, things like contested history, audiences that are different technology, those kinds of things, ensuring that those are addressed, because of course nothing's ever static. At some point in time in the future, they're going to have to be reviewed and revised again. For the second question about collecting feedback, I would look at this as an actual outreach plan, where it's literally a plan, where you begin to focus at the different kinds of audiences that could use these. Could be management, could be employees, could be volunteers or communities at site, and ensuring that those type of audiences are covered, and then even look at geography, look at the whole list of World Heritage Sites, not to try to take everything on, but to try to do a targeted outreach plan, so you're getting feedback from different kinds of groups. And in this day and age, we can do it a little bit easier because of technology. So figuring out a way to, if there's resources, maybe even create an outreach team. If not, look at management of World Heritage Sites and how can management help to get feedback on these. But a targeted, thoughtful process of really thinking about who would use these and getting feedback from them. And then the last question, I think the first two would feed into the third one in terms of what feedback we've gotten and what needs to be revised to bring it forth so that it is a usable product. And considering even newer tools like ChatGPT, putting them through that so that it makes it more accessible. The wording especially, I think is going to be very hard for even English speakers, let alone translated into another language. I think that's a really big factor to look at, because a lot of times international documents and international kinds of things are really hard to understand even just in my native English. So I think that's going to be a real critical factor that comes into play.
Thank you, Chuck. Now, Haifa, it's your turn.
Yes. So going back to the basics, which is very important now in the heritage field, we go back basics to the definition of heritage. We were not looking to this in this principles. We did not look at nature heritage and culture heritage. We looked to the heritage in general, which actually cope with the new movement that there is no differentiation between culture and nature heritage. They are all together and come together, which also what's also good that this actually principles will look into heritage and perceive heritage differently, that cope with the new changes and new movement, that how we look at heritage. Heritage is much wider concept than like only archaeological site or only natural site. Is something in between also. There are a lot of stories in between and need to be looked at, and this was discussed during our discussions. One of the things that I also need to highlight that we are in a good time. Now we have new technologies we can use to communicate, and which make very easy to get feedback and get information and get like views and to have more wider perspective, global perspective. And I believe that like having other regions' perspectives, how they look at these things, it's very important, because how they translate or interpret heritage also could be different. They have different context. One of also I would like also to highlight that we need to keep in mind that heritage is a dynamic living concept, and it's not static and evolved over years. And if we track the World Heritage Convention since 1972 until now, how we perceive heritage, how we, at the beginning it was mainly archaeological site, then we have a cultural landscape, and then new and modern heritage. All these things are evolving, and this would be reflected in this document. But one final comment, that we need enabling environment, so producing charters and convention, but it's need a platform. We need to empower people who implement these things, give them enabling environment, enabling platforms to implement these principles. So this is my final note. Thank you.
Thank you, Haipa. I think that your point is pretty much meaningful to all of us. Heritage is not just the cultural one, not just the natural, all is combined, and heritage is one major wider concept, and also introduction for the new technology, because the heritage itself is dynamic living things. So this is quite good, the final ending point we can meet. Okay, our next the speaker probably is John, is you, okay?
Can you hear me? Well, I might have written these questions a little differently, but you know, how can they be, how should they be consistent? How should we, I think something needs to be written, or a workshop or something that talks about, because people in the field are going to be confused. They're going to say, well, we've got Tilden's principles. We've got the Icamos principles. We've got, now you've given us another set. What is going on? I really think that we haven't differentiated them enough, and we need to really work on that. I think it's going to be in danger of being dismissed as just another bureaucratic process to justify somebody's work. And I think we need to, if we have a good reason, and I think we do have a good reason for promulgating a new charter, we need to make it clear why we're doing it, what's changed, what prompted this, not just time, but conditions. And on the second question about collecting feedback, first of all, you have to, it's not a given what these communities are. We may think we know what they are, but we need to do a lot of work, surveys, questionnaires, public meetings on a local level to determine what these heritage communities are, who the stakeholders are. Because otherwise, you're going to be criticized for not having an objective method for determining who's going to be affected. And then on the third question, I would like to have something, and maybe this is too much to ask, but everything we do, every rule about cultural heritage that I'm aware of and interpretation, the ultimate goal is to improve people's lives and make them increase their well-being. If we're not achieving that, we're not contributing very much to the human situation. So I think this goes back to some of our discussions about human values, but we need to give a little better reasoning why it's worthwhile to go through this exercise and why it's going to help people and improve people, especially the audiences that are traditionally not covered or not reached. I'm talking about, you know, impoverished or oppressed populations. That's very difficult, but we need to have that in the back of our minds in terms of how we reach those audiences.
Okay, I think that John's comment is quite the high-pass comment, emphasize the implementary level, and actually who is the heritage communities and who is the stakeholders, how we adjust to the heritage meaning, and what is the role of the heritage to improve this quality of life in relation to these heritage communities. Okay, and I think I invite the next speaker, Maria. Is your turn?
Okay, now it's working. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me 5 minutes to answer one of the questions. So I think that I want to take question one, how the new WIPIC principles should be consistent with what exists. I think that Neil this morning talked about the NAME Charter being something that needed to address the issues of growing understanding of heritage. And then Haifa was talking obviously about, heritage, not only natural or cultural. And I think that also we have to look at the birth of WIPIC. WIPIC was created because of a conflict, a conflictive narrative that was happening. And I did not know anything about that conflicted narrative. And I became aware of that conflicted narrative because this happened and what WIPIC was created. But the idea of the creation was not to continue the conflict, but reach a reconciliation. And that's actually what the UNESCO Convention is about. So I think that we have to look that the WIPIC principles need to be able to empower people to reconciliate their different issues, right? Because if we want to play in a global system, and I think that David was talking about that, if we really want to be global, we need to reconciliate our thoughts. And sometimes we have to accept, and we also have to, we have to give. I think that also Chuck mentioned this case, of the president with the slaves, right? So we have to understand the conflicting narrative. We have to understand that the past is not black and white. I even, in my life, the Abu Simbel has always symbolized such a great, effort of the international community. When I came very recently to the understanding that the Nubian communities were displaced by the construction of the dam, and nobody sought any reconciliation with these communities. They were just moved to the desert, and everybody, and the governments forgot about them. So I think that one part is reconciliation, and then another aspect, I'm sorry, I'm going to tackle question number 2, about feedback and about heritage communities. I think that we have to really deepen that concept of power sharing. No? How can people be empowered to share, and to contribute to that? But always, and then I understand that, there is an authorized narrative that is made by the interpreter, but also I'm an architect and I'm also an engineer. An engineer has a code of ethics that we have to sign off. And if we don't follow that code of ethics, then we are no longer engineers and we cannot practice. So I feel the same way. We have been given a formalized training. We have been given, skills to perform our job. And if we don't perform it correctly, then we are no longer able to do it. So I think that also the WIPIC principles have to address that interpretation and presentation is a skill that people need to develop. And that allows you to somehow give some authorized interpretation. But if we don't do it correctly and we end up in conflict, then it's wrong. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the great point. I think your power sharing and just the skills combined is quite important to the point you mentioned. Okay, I'd like to invite the Tulio. Now is your turn.
Thank you. When I speak in public and there is time for questions and answers, I always invite the public to ask me only easy questions. But I notice that this time the questions are already printed on a paper, and they are all of three difficult questions. And so I will try to provide an answer. First question, how the new WIPIC principles should be consistent with and differentiated from existing principles for heritage interpretation and presentation. In my view, there should be in the new charter emphasis on new problems, climate change, conflicts. Then there should be a better involvement of the local communities, also in the presentation and interpretation of the cultural heritage, especially indigenous communities. And then there should be much emphasis on the principle of respect for all cultures and equal dignity of cultures. I recall another example. I didn't make it during my intervention. I remember that an element for inclusion in the list of the intangible cultural heritage was submitted by a country, and the element recalled a battle. And it was presented in this way. There is a festivity for the celebration of the historical battle I cannot remember the name of the locality, where 500 Christian knights defeated 50,000 Muslim enemies due to the intervention of the Virgin Mary. And this element was rejected because it created reaction by Muslim countries, as it is natural, and there is no need to present the element in this way. It is sufficient to say that the element celebrates a battle. We know that in any battle, a party is defeated and the other party wins the battle, full stop. There is no need to enter into such an offensive, I would say, presentation. And this element is very important today. The heritage should not be a means to continue old conflicts. Second difficult question, how can we effectively collect feedback from diverse heritage communities in terms of scope and method? It was said this morning by Professor Silberman that the heritage interpretation should reflect the past, should acknowledge the present, and should anticipate the future. Perhaps if we imagine that in certain cases the future can be also a sad future because of danger, climate change, and so on, we could ask the communities, especially the local community, to anticipate how could the danger be tackled, if there are possibility to let the heritage survive even in the worst scenario where the danger is a danger of disappearance. Third difficult question, what are the things that have to be considered for the new principles to be developed into an international charter for World Heritage interpretation and presentation? I'm not prepared to intervene on the merits of the INEME charter, but I have the impression, first, that it does not follow the clarity of a legal language. It would be better if the new charter were drafted in a concise and precise legal language. And then I have the impression that the INEME charter is directed to a public of professionals, of experts in heritage interpretation and presentation, while the new charter should also be intended for a general public, with emphasis on the local communities. So it should be more understandable for the general public. That's all.
Thank you for such a wonderful point. I feel like that the charter itself is a meaning of consensus. So what kind of consensus we can make is just for the heritage community or the local audiences and all the world, the human beings, I mean just all the human beings. Maybe I think the good point here is that just focus on the general public and also the easily applicable to the every local areas around the world. But that is quite hard mission, I think, that WIPIC has to finish. But I think that the future is kind of an asset for all human beings because this is kind of the way to looking at the hope throughout this miserable life and this turmoil world, just strained by the all different kind of wars and battles, and also antagonisms. So just Tulio say that the stop continuing the old conflict, and that might be a good point. We need to include those points into our the WIPIC chapters if we developed our principle to the chapters. Okay, now I think that we have one more speaker, but he's quite important speaker, just representing WIPIC, and also 8 different principles elements. So now I give you 10 minutes. Namu, enough time to explain what you really want to do, representing the WIPIC. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to save time because I would like distinguished speakers to invest time rather than my time. Because number 2 and number 3 are the question that is designed to get some feedback that can be applied to the work of following years. And maybe I can answer to the question number 1, how to be consistent. First is maybe being in the same planet with the existing instruments, using the definitions that already put out in the existing documents, such as the advisory bodies and UNESCO instruments. That's actually what we did during the roundtable discussion, and we tried to kind of modify and adjust to the context of interpretation and presentation, such as the definition of heritage that we draw from the FARO Convention and also HIA Toolkit. And we actually, I don't want to be in a different planet. We need to stay in the planet, and it's in the same planet, and then make an improvement based on what we got. And how to be differentiated. So what I'm thinking is I think there is a tendency that we keep limiting the scope of work and research to make it doable. But then if we keep limiting the scope, then we can never deal with the humanity or what's beyond the site. So I was also very hesitant in the beginning of the project. In the planning stage, I was afraid of setting the scope as heritage because it's very abstract, and there's no case before. So, and if we look at the NMA Charter, it specified it's for cultural heritage, so it excludes the natural heritage. But then our principle maybe goes beyond that. So the differentiation that our draft principle, maybe later international charter, have maybe the scope of our work. So I think that's the main difference that we need to kind of sort of like realize in the following years.
Thank you very much. Now I think that this is time for the floor audiences. If you have any comments or any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I will give you a chance. You can speak in Korean. We have a nice interpreter. Be brave. Okay, Dr. Lee, over there.
Thank you so much for your wonderful organization and presentation. I am Young-hee Lee. This forum makes me remind my academic life. I am originally geographer, but worked in tourism faculty in university for 20 years. at the beginning, I had a really difficult time because of the different academic approach. Geography, the chairman, as you know very well, we focus on space and place, but in tourism area, different. Focusing on demand side, tourist, visitor, especially focus on satisfaction of tourists. Today, the topic about interpretation. Interpretation, we need to consider about demand side, visitor satisfaction. Today, the many speakers consider the influential factors, philosophy, and the community engagement. But based on my tourism academic experience, demand side, visitor satisfaction might need to be considered for setting the interpretation, heritage interpretation chapter. That is my point of view. Thank you so much.
Is that only your comment, or do you have any specific person to asking an answer? Okay, just your comment. Okay, visitor satisfaction.
Heritage tourists a lot.
Okay.
A lot, so we need to consider about heritage tourists, their satisfaction. As heritage tourists, their satisfaction. That is my point of view.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is also one of the important aspects we need to consider, because the interpretation usually combined with the tourism itself. And the Anamacheta, the behind the forces to making the Anamacheta is the over-tourism at that time. So I'm pretty much concerned about that. But I think that this is only one part. And here you are discussing about the general principles, just covering all the changing the world global environment, including like the global warming and the climate change. Also, the over-tourism is a part of that. So maybe another issues, I think that besides this over-tourism and the demand side satisfaction would be the how to making the more peaceful world. I mean, antagonism. And also, I think that one of the important words we share today is the identity politics. So this is the behind of these diversity issues. So whenever we're talking about the diversity, but behindly, secretly, we just push up our own identity, try to persuading the others the nature of our own identity. And I think that that is mentioned by the Maria say the power sharing issues. Who got the power? Who has more power to push up his own identity to the others? Maybe more rich country, more wealthy country do that, third world countries. So how about the indigenous people who has no political power, no international persuasive powers? So how their heritage? So we need to concerning about all different situations in relation to these heritage issues. That is my comment to Dr. Lee. Thank you. Anyway, still we have 15 minutes. Any more questions? Oh yeah, Kavini.
Thank you. No question. A little bit of comments. It's great to see this forum with so many views. One of the principles, because looking at this audience or the participants, one of the principles I have pushed is that interpretation should be an integral part of heritage management. I know it's gone and separately into different silos and different groups and so on. So this is something you please need to consider because if you listen from the beginning, from the morning, a lot of the things that mentioned were limited to interpretation, whereas, for example, there was a mention about values-led approach, which started in 1980s. And there is that people-centered approach to conservation, which I had the privilege of introducing to the heritage world, both that's as far back as 2008. So there are those things happening within the heritage sector, and if you take one piece out of it, I think if you work together, you can do a better job. That's one of the things, one of the reasons why I insisted from the beginning, I participated from the beginning of VPIC work, that it has to be an integral part. Haipa's presentation brought in very interesting point of decolonization principles that need to be integrated. And then, of course, the whole question of the charter. Now, I heard the authorized heritage discourse term being used many times. I don't know who authorized and for whom. I don't know, because these are some of the academic terminologies that have been created. And in fact, this is what happens if you create a charter, it becomes an authorized something, and then people will start imposing that. So please consider that, and whether you want a charter or develop your principles, as Neil mentioned, for very good reasons, think about it. Just give me one more minute to quote from Raymond Lemieux, who was chair in the Venice Charter meeting in 1964. In 30 years, after 30 years, he said, Congress participants in 1964 did not realize the complexity of international preservation. So he realized it was a half-baked product. And later he says, charters are fashionable. However, they never contain more than the minimum of which majority has agreed. So keep those things in mind. And then, of course, you have the chair of the Theory and Philosophy Committee of ICOMOS, Professor Tamachowski. He says, from the period between two world wars, we may observe a paucity of deeper theoretical studies. Instead of these, I'll be quick. Instead of these, we have seen the creation of increasing number of documents concerning conservation, a very variable scientific potential. As a rule, they contain empty desiderata presented for acceptance and use and not for theoretical reflection. Philosophy and theory have been replaced by doctrine. Sorry for that long listing. I only have one question to Professor David. You mentioned 6 principles in your presentation. You mentioned 6 principles in your presentation. And have you had any chance of looking at places other than Europe in developing those principles? I know you mentioned you went to Australia, but because there are other places, like if you take Asia, there are places with millions of pilgrims. And then if you go to museum in Thailand, you have interpretation, you have the statues, but then also you can also perform religious practices. So my question is, in building up your 6 principles that were interesting, whether you had any experience from other countries. Sorry, it took a long time. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I have a hearing difficulty, so I do apologise. I assume that you're asking whether I have any examples of some of those factors that I identified. Am I correct in no? Sorry?
Other case studies in addition to Europe.
I'm really having a problem.
Professor Utter, you mentioned about 6 criteria for meaning-making process, and I think Gamini is asking about how those 6 criteria have been come out, whether you have any case studies before to have those 6 criteria for meaning-making, and that is the question.
I'm really having a problem hearing. So how have those issues come about?
No, how these criteria, 6 criteria for the meaning making.
Yes.
And how do you develop them? And if there is case studies outside Europe?
Oh, right, okay. No. Okay, right, we're there. So do I have any case studies outside Europe? Short answer, no. The longer answer, I think, is that, I mean, it's one of the issues which I think is very much relevant to this issue about how one collects feedback from heritage communities, diverse heritage communities. We've heard several examples of work today in other parts of the world, but I was very conscious that there wasn't a wide coverage of both the global north and the global south. And I'm very aware as well that the conditions in which heritage interpretation can take place are going to vary quite considerably across the global north and global south. And it would be very easy, I think, for us to come up with some kind of heritage charter, but for some groups in some parts of the world, it's going to put it mildly, it's going to be very difficult to fulfill those because the conditions in which they're working, the constraints they have, the ideologies, the power relationships, issues of social justice, all of those kind of things will make it very difficult. And I suppose that, again, one of the things that I'm concerned about, I think it's very easy for us to have these high-level discussions about what heritage interpretation should be. But I'm always thinking about the ranger on the ground, the person in the museum who's charged with responsibility for interpreting whatever it is, and how we communicate these principles, how we help them. I mean, I think that you were saying something earlier on about your professional development programs. I was really interested in that, and I think that's obviously a very important way forward. But it's about that translation of these principles to operationalize them so that they're feasible on the ground. Now, that's probably not what a charter can do. It's not what a charter is meant to do, but I still think that we ought to have that in mind if this is to be really useful. Just one final point. You know, I said earlier on, I began my little bit at the very beginning about Tilden. I long for the day when I don't have to start a talk talking about Freeman Tilden. I would love to start a talk talking about the things that we've been talking about today, so that everyone was at that point already. And so it was then about, okay, how do we make it happen? So I hope that's something of an answer to your question.
Any more reaction, Kamini? Okay.
My question is for the group that were developing the principles. I've seen 9 draft principles. My question is the order of the principles critical? Was it the 1 to 9 determined to be a priority, or are they all equal? Should they be prioritized?
The numbers. Mm-hmm. Is there any Yep.
The order can be important, but not in the sense that the first principle is more important than the last. In the sense that at the top of the list, we should put the more general principle than the more specific principle. So starting from the general and coming to the specific.
So I am hearing a priority from your comment. No?
I don't think. I don't think it's not priority is not the right word. There is context, okay? So the principles need to have context. So what Tulio says, you go general and then you go particular, okay? But also the principles are not going to solve everything. And that's why we thought, well, maybe things which are more detailed and require more specific things are guidelines, okay? But I don't know if I answered your question. Now, I was thinking about Gamini's, issue being, one of the last students of Le Maire and so on. But, I don't understand why we need to be so afraid of a charter. Because if we actually look back, like on the Venice Charter, regardless of the criticism that we can give it to it, it actually triggered a lot of things. And a lot of things that make us being here today. So I think that we need to be very positive that we can develop charters, we can develop principles, we can develop guidelines, we can do protocols, we can do code of ethics. They could be perfect, they could be applicable, and they could be applicable to many regions. I mean, I come originally from the global south, if you can call it that way, and I live and work in the global north, right? But there is also the West and the East, and there is the intersection and the movement. So even though the charter can be very constraining to people that don't have the same resources, I don't think that that has prevented anyone to use them, okay, anywhere in the world. And I think that we should be more conscious that that sometimes the charters and the principles actually entitle other people that have less resources to be able to be empowered. So I think we just need to be conscious about it and try to get down from that cloud. We are in a developed country, we have means, we have privileges, but other people have failed compile. And we developed one initiative during COVID. And in that initiative, in which WIPIC also participated, we had people from everywhere, from the south, from the north, from the east, from the west. And they were able to connect, online, by Zoom and so on. So technology has actually allowed us to do many things that were not possible in the past. And I think that we have to continue that, right? But we should not be saying, I am from the global north, I want to see how people in the global south that are poor and have restricted conditions. We should not do that, okay?
Thanks, Mario, for your comment. Yeah, I know a lot of you have other questions, but time budget is almost, we just exhausted. So just one more question, okay? Bibi, you raise your hand first. No. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay, hello. My name is Helena from Interpret Europe, and I actually wanted to provide some answer to the second question, which is how to collect feedback. And I can say for Interpret Europe, and maybe other organizations, networks would agree that we can provide this to some extent, and we should explore options and opportunities. How can we reach the practitioners? How can we, liaise between WIPIC and our members? But furthermore, what Haifa mentioned, that there should be also, a platform and supportive environment for adoption of principles, I think we can also fit in with our services and programs that we run, like webinars, conferences, where this can reach practitioners. And David mentioned that, like, how will these principles reach rangers? Maybe, NAI and Interpret Europe develop our own training program where we train guides and writers and planners and other professionals. So at Interpret Europe, we just upgraded our training program to the principles and ideas of the value-based heritage interpretation, and in the next 4 years, we'll be reviewing what we do in practice with theories and research, and we'll be also, looking at the VPIC principles, how they reflect in Europe, how are they adaptable in Europe, and so on, and feedback to the training program. So, everything is an evolution, and we are happy to contribute as much as we can.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Oh, I have may
Yep,
I, or as
just
well?
quickly,
Okay.
Jessica.
Yes, Jessica Brown from the United States. I would love to just reiterate so much of what has been said here, but time is short. The themes that have come out today related to bringing out a diversity of voices, listening to communities, and power sharing and decolonization. These are such important themes that I think we'll be hearing again about tomorrow. So there's a nice through line here. I think the concern that I hear about the principles on a charter and the content of the principles that have been presented today, excellent. But there is that question of whose voices have fed into the process so far, and the concern about global south versus north or east and west, and some of the ways in which we've been speaking today about how important it is that heritage interpretation at the level of a heritage place reflects all those voices should be modeled, I think, as well in the derivation of a charter. We should be walking the walk and talking the talk, as they say, at that level. So a process that is perhaps more than just putting it out there and sharing, but actually somehow seeking comment and taking that on board might be a way to ensure that kind of input from diverse voices and regions. That, or with a bigger budget, a series of regional workshops to feed into the process. I think those kind of more inclusive processes could really help with ownership of the principles, but I recognize that there may be a process that's already underway. But I do think that some of the values or the principles we've been talking about with respect to heritage interpretation itself should be applied in the derivation of a charter.
Thank you for your comment. I think the time is almost done, so finished. 2 more minutes. You have a question? Gentlemen, yeah. Just 1 minute, if possible.
네, 김남웅 연구관님께 질의하겠습니다. 첫 번째는 오늘 발표해 주신 내용의 지향점이 무엇인지 알고 싶고요. 두 번째는 그 유산의 범위가 주로 맥락을 보니까 유형 문화유산 쪽에 주안점이 돼 있는 것 같은데 오히려 발표하신 내용들의 그 주요 핵심 개념을 보면 인간의 존엄성이라든지 다양성, 또 지역사회, 포용적인 참여, 그리고 특히 기후 변화로 인한 위기 문제, 또 식량에 대한 안보 문제 등등 해서 무형 유산 쪽이 더 적합할 것 같거든요. 그래서 그 부분이 포함이 되는지 그 부분을 염두에 두고 이렇게 오늘 그 원칙안을 마련해 주신 건지 그리고 두 번째 궁금하고요. 또 하나는 요거는 제 제언인데요. 피드백 문제하고 3번 문제에 있어서는 오히려 교육을 유엔하고 그 유네스코가 추진하고 있는 국제적인 교육 프로그램인 그런 쪽하고 연계하면 좀 더 좋은 실마리가 나오지 않을까. 예를 들어 가지고 세계 시민 교육이라든지 지속 가능 발전 교육과 연계해 가지고 하면은 좀 더 그 공감대를 형성할 수 있는 방안이 나오지 않을까 생각이 되는데 그 부분에 대해서 답변해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다. 세 가지 질문인 것 같은데요. 우리 김남훈 선생님 짧게 얘기해 주실래요?
네, 먼저 지향점은 발표에서도 말씀드렸다시피 저뿐만이 아니라 지금 다양한 발표자분들께서 그리고 저희 워킹 그룹에서 이제 동의한 결국 이제 기존의 유산 보존의 일부로서의 어떤 해석 설명이 아니라 결국 유산을 넘어서 지금 인류적 가치나 어떤 삶의 어떤 웰빙을 지향하는 점에서 그 지향점이 다르고요. 그리고 그 지향점에 따라서 범위도 이제 말씀하신 유형 유산, 무형 유산이 아니라 전체 유산으로 이제 규정해서 이 해석 설명의 원칙의 범위를 정하였습니다. 그래서 한 특정 유형 유산이나 무형 유산으로 정해진 것은 아니고요. 저희가 최대한 좀 넓은 유산 관점에서 이 유산 해석 설명을 통해서 이제 제가 말씀드린 지향점을 도달하는 것을 목표로 하고 있고요. 제언 주신 유엔과 유네스코 교육 프로그램을 과 연계하는 것도 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 저희가 크로스 섹터라고 해서 그런 이미 정책적인 움직임이 있고 그런 것들을 연계했을 때 파급력이 있을 거라고 생각해서 그런 부분 유념하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 그러면은
아니요, 제 허락 없으면 얘기하시면 안 되죠. 지금 시간이 다 됐습니다. 선생님 세 가지 질문 충분히 드린 것 같으니까 제가 여기서 죄송하지만 끊겠습니다. 그리고 나머지 질문은 끝나고 김남훈 선생님하고 개별적으로 얘기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Okay, thank you very much. I think that we are short of the time, so I have to stop his questions because that after this session we have plenty of time to discuss about his next questions. And because one of my mission is just keeping time, control the time, because I don't want all of you are hungry because of the evening dinner is waiting out. So this is why, and I also, my last comment is just, we have a big credit to our interpreter just behind. We give a warm support to our interpreters. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. And I think that now my mission is accomplished. Okay? So now I'd like to invite Dr. Soo-jung Lee. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Chair, and thank you very much for all the speakers to participate in the discussions. This is the end of day one, and we would like to come back, all of us together tomorrow with more practical methodology on interpretation and presentation as a meaning-making process. And I'm sure that even though we have a small group of audience today but I realize that most of audience are staying until the end of our sessions, and I really, really appreciate your staying until the end of our discussions for today. Thank you very much again. We will come back 10 to 10 tomorrow morning with the session of value and attributes as a meaning-making process. Thank you again. Thank you very much.